Okay, I think we have begun. Welcome one and all to Paddling Pool 329. I am Frost6, joined by Sasu once more here, and let's just dive straight into the pool.
Yeah, glad to be back on the mic with you, Frostix. I like that this is becoming a bit of a trend, but we are going to be on this paddling pool opening up with Clover versus Kasane Teto for +3. And I love a vouch. I love a what's the word? What is it called when you want someone in plus server? A recommend. I love a recommend for your favorite underrated Vocaloid here in
I mean,
that name.
do other people that are recommended for the +3 server have they made Mesmerizer? No. So
True. I'm sure
I don't
that's
know if
on
they've made Mesmerizer.
their record. What they're coming up to be voted for in their results. There's did Mesmerizer.
Yeah, you have like a bunch. You have a bunch of like a couple land wins, a couple of like a lot of weeklies, and it's also just like made Mesmerizer was 1/3 of Triple Baka. Anyways, let's go straight into Hagglefish Splat Zones here. The map of many names, as I like to say here. We're already seeing Dap Nouveau, I think, on the side of Clover, and we're also seeing that Crab Dreadringer on the other side, which is actually that's Clover. Oh no, that is Kasane Teto for +3. Whew.
Yeah, well, not a surprise having luck here on those. Well, maybe a bit of a surprise seeing them on Dapples, but I do know that they fancy themselves some Julies. But already you see a bit of a skirmish there in mid. Two members going down, sneaky with that crab, taking absolutely no prisoner, seeing if they can get some paint down. But they are the one who perhaps will be the prisoner because they do go down and just right back. That is 3 down on Kasane Teto for +3, and Clover has a really strong hold on that zone.
Yeah, and they're already posted up on that tent. You see Tonari posted up on the tent with that Stamper. There's a slider ready on the side of those Dapples. Already that bucket's going down. The Booyer Bomb is being charged and being thrown directly into Kasane Teto for +3's court over there. 2 members down. The Hammer's ready on the side of the Wiper. It is coming out, but it also is getting cancelled. Meanwhile, the slider and the Zuka come out from Clover as well. The artillery is coming out in spades.
Yeah, absolutely. Kasane Teto being smothered by all of those specials. You see 3 of their members go down, and so far they have not had an opportunity on this retake to drop and try and contest that zone. You have Illusion taking that top left, seeing if they can maybe escape the might of that pencil, and it's just not going to happen. Too many members on them, and that is, I think, a 0 to 100 run for Clover.
Such an immense hole, just making good use of what their comp brings to the table here with its infinite combo potentiality, specifically highlighted by the Stamper, I'd say, but with a lot of the other core members. I think Clover was just playing this very, very quickly. They just did not want to be on maybe Hagglefish for too long. They just wrapped things up in breakneck pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you see on our replay that I think is when initially 3 members were down for Kasane Teto for +3. And quite frankly, it can just be not just difficult to have a retake on a place like Hagglefish, but given Clover's positioning, given their special use, you saw that they had out that Zuka, they had the Booyah, they had their Stamper on that top left tent. At that point, especially when you have when you're up against a pencil and you already have the innate disadvantage of having an edit on your team, it's certainly an uphill battle, and you see just why it was so difficult for Kasane Teto's team.
Most definitely, and of course, those members of Clovers were just dug deep into enemy territory, just able to jump in, and they were taking up key positions to lock Kasane Teto out to that tent. And I think also the shot was contesting that upper right path where that first checkpoint is on tower control. Those are really important spots to contest if you're trying to get that hold here. We're going into map number 2 now, which is going to be Rainmaker's Scorch Gorge.
Ooh, gonna be very interesting seeing that. I'm wondering if we're gonna see some switches. I don't think that switches are necessarily needed. Especially, I think Clover is the team that had that Reef Slider on those Dapples, along with, I think, they had the Booyah Bomb as well. And I think that will serve them well into breaking into that elbow section, that choke point where you get your initial check. So perhaps no changes from there. But seeing as though it was such a struggle for Kasane Teto for +3, they might be switching to something that helps them with that initial push.
You were mentioning the slider on those Dapples. Dapples on its own is a weapon that can shred through Rainmaker bubbles like it's butter. So I won't be surprised if Luck sticks with that. And there it is. We're seeing Clover still stick with what they're running. Meanwhile, Kasane Tetsu for +3 also sticking with 2 buckets, that Wiper as well as the V-headed. Wiper is also pretty good for shredding bubble health, and I think with the addition of that headed, it could be an interesting pop war here. We'll just have to see how it goes, and that's an immediate pop for Clover right now. And already the buckets are trying to contest the Greats. Already the Dapples and the Stamper are down on Clover. It's just the shots and the pencil right now, with the Crab already out in mid. We'll just have to see how this skirmish ends out and how the rest of the map and how the rest of the match unfolds from here on.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, already both teams are just kind of trying to get their picks, and you see the edit not quite able to get that really critical pick on the pen there. But right now, finally, Clover has picked up. They're trying to make their bid for that first check, and they're able to get a member down, make that 2, and so that is going to be a free check essentially for Clover, bringing that in, waiting for the rest of their teammates to go in. Of course, you're talking about that object damage that Dapples have. Luckily, putting that to use while they regrab and see if they can get as fast as a knockout as they did in their prior game with a wipeout here.
Oh yeah, and then there's that orange brick road that Clover desperately wants. A second wipeout out of sheer love of the game, it seems, for Clover here. Wiping out everyone from Kasane Teto for +3 out of their own spawn and securing a second 100-0 sweep for Clover.
Yeah, wow. I think only one person, the first person who no doubt went down in that initial wipeout, tried to spawn in, tried to contest that last run. You see here on the replay, that Slosher coming out. That should have been what they needed in order to stop that tirade. But I think perhaps they dropped, or I know that there was a reef slider there. Whatever happened there, I think that took out that Slosher and allowed them to be able to dunk that. So that is going to be a clean and hasty 2-0 for Clover.
Yeah, when that reef slider gets popped in close range, next thing you know, you become deer in the headlights here, immediately getting run over by that Honda Civic, and we're back within the brain rot screen. There is no Subway Surfers, but there is Horse, so that's something.
But I think having gotten out of that so quick, we might have to take perhaps. I wonder how long this break will be as we wait for other teams to queue up and get themselves together. But I do think that we will be heading to a break, if I'm not mistaken, Caustic.
Of course. So don't go anywhere. Padlin Pool will be back shortly. And we are back with Paddling Pool 329. I'm Frostix. Sasu is on a little bit of a break right now. They'll be back in a bit. So we're going into round 2 of winners brackets. This is seed 2 versus seed 18. 129 and Gua Gua Pantaloons. That's one hell of a name, if I say so myself. And we're going straight into Mako Mart. What's the mode? I didn't see. This is Mako Mart TC.
Well, I hope you guys didn't miss me. I am indeed back. You see both of these teams, 129 and Gua Gua Pantaloons, making their way into mid. Interestingly enough, we see that heavy Splatling. Don't see that all that often. Of course, when you do see a Splatling, it tends to be that edit and, heavy, not necessarily with the strongest kits there, but you see that they just love V Heavy. So they're just going for it. Sometimes you gotta pick the thing that you like. But 2 members going down on 129 make that a total of 3 into what is essentially a delayed wipe is going to mean that Gua Gua Pantaloons gonna have a strong opening here, but not if this crab has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Adel just firing off, getting rid of Mayo first. Boys getting that jump potentially. No, that's 2 members down on Gua Gua Pantaloons. 3 now with 129 claiming a 3rd member. They're going to be getting to that first checkpoint. The lead has been taken here. Now, in terms of at least those AoE weapons that are pretty prevalent on Mako Mart here, 129 is sporting an S-Blast here. Meanwhile, Gua Gua Pantaloons is sporting that Machine, which I would definitely want to bring up because that's also something you don't see every now and then. But here they are getting gunned down by those Tenta missiles, courtesy of that Frozen Pro, as 129 is cruising towards that 2nd checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. While I am someone to definitely champion the use of Forge, if you're going to use a pro on tower, I think definitely that Frozen Pro very strong here. You have a tendency of people to bunch up and struggle, but you see the sort of title name 129 getting those 2 picks there, and I think with a wipe that is going to be a free ride to the end for 129.
At the start of the match here, I think we saw a little bit of pushback from Gua Gua Pantaloons here. I was really considering how with their comp in question here, they had something going for them. They had that Stamper, they had that Machine. They can really cheese out those ledges that are so prevalent on Mako Mart here. But as soon as 129 just found their footing here, they clapped back with immense speed. Shout out that good kid in the background in your ears.
Yeah, kind of like we saw before. Not necessarily, of course, like a straight ride through. Of course, they were able to get those points out. You see 129 getting that double in that moment. I think along with a crab just being on the tower, there's just a lot of oppressive force coming out of 129, and I think given S-Blast, which is in a really great place right now, the displacement, so they have their own GG special to protect themselves, along with the watchful eye of 129, getting those picks from behind, definitely a strong showing right off the bat from 129.
I don't think it's not just, I think, the aggression with everything. All of 129's weapons really combo well into each other here. There are 2 of the weapons that 129 is sporting have burst bombs here, and they just have a lot of good chip damage coming from the pencil here. Good AoE chip damage coming from the S-Blast here. The missiles can also chip away things, and it just makes Gua Gua Pantaloons really brittle when they're trying to get something working on, and then that just allows 129 to clean the board, like what we saw with 129 themselves on the pencil do. That triple pick on that closed out that match here. Really incredible here. So we're going into game number 2, Robo Ramen Zones.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see if there are any switches, particularly that Machine that we saw from Gua Gua Pantaloons. I, of course, have it 5-starred. I'm a Machine believer, but Machine going up against a weapon that just has a stronger kill time, I would argue, like S-Blast. Especially with all the combo power coming out of 129, maybe a little bit too slow for them, but they're not going to have to worry about that S-Blast. Instead, we have a switch off to that range blaster, which I would argue you see a lot less so these days, but doesn't hurt to have a Kraken on your side for sure.
Definitely does not, especially considering how good 129's displacement already is with those missiles. I think the Kraken is just a cherry on top. But right now, Guagua Pantaloons has a lot of paint on their side. That heavy and that shots here, even the Stamper can provide some pretty good paint output. But right now, 129 is already back in control of the zone, and the lead. They're juiced up on Stoders here, and now Guagua Pantaloons is trying to strike back. The missiles are flying out from that Frozen Pro. Already the machine's going down. The V-Heavy does have the Wave Breaker. This could maybe tip the scales. That Wave Breaker is coming back, but it's only the shot to end the heavy right now. The Stamper's jumping in and out of the fight, but the zone is now in neutral, but it's still being held down by 129 with V-Heavy unfortunately getting picked off.
Yeah, and of note is that V Heavy being picked off, being on that V Heavy rather than a heavy edit means that Guagua Pantaloons is also coolerless right now. So a lot of the time they're going down and they're staying down, and I think that might end up being a struggle for them. 3 of their members are going down. Boo being the only one that's still up that machine, trying to hold on to their elbow so they are not in a position to get locked out. But I think these missiles coming out, meaning that they cannot go into that choke or they will inevitably end up stepping on each other's toes, means that they just do not have the time to get into mid and get that zone back. So another pretty dominant win here for 129.
Denying that entryway here from with the missiles, it's a really genius play considering how heavily condensed Elbow is in terms of just player traffic. People go in there, people go out of there. It's like a freeway highway, and it's a really important choke point to not just play it, but also to contest. So missing that down here, that almost felt like just. It's like I said earlier, the cherry on top for 129 to get that second knockout on their belts here. So they're moving on further into winners bracket round 3, and unfortunately Guagua Pantaloons, as much as I love that profile picture, they're unfortunately getting dropped down into losers brackets. A little bit more of a climb, but their story isn't over yet.
Yeah, definitely a bit more props for there at the end, doing a really advantageous use of the missiles. Quick way to piss me off is me being in that elbow and your teammates just accidentally sticking by you, or you both run in the same direction and you slightly behind them. You all just get wiped in that elbow area there. So yeah, you see a weird ad in the top left for the brain rot. So you guys don't have to experience an ad that we're not even necessarily getting paid for. We are going to cut to break, so you don't have to see it.
There's the horses. Oh, we're going. Oh, well, I think we're already right back, Sasu. Welcome to round 3 of Paddling Pool 329 here with Well, okay, you were able to say the first team's name pretty effectively.
I don't know that I was. I think it's Dreibeinige Banditen, a
And
German
they're going up.
team.
And they're going up against Distinct, who is totally not distinct, guys, because there's acing on it.
Yeah, mostly distinct, but with one member change in Banditen. I think they're like a maybe 3-legged or 3-eyed bandit. I don't know, but they are here to see if they can steal this set away, starting off on what is to me the very unfortunate Zones Marlin. I have nothing but hatred in my heart for this one. So, what are your thoughts here, Rostix?
Well, it's Zone's Marlin Airport. This is just it's a deep cut coming out of left field from Banditen over here. Of course, this is what I am now going to call Propeller City because there's so many of these, and I think the only thing that I can think of that is in terms of a strategy is contesting that one propeller that goes up and down. That is basically a very big choke point into mid. That's pretty important as we go into game 1.
Yeah, I myself call it the cursed bowl. It's just this big old bowl that you jump into. There's no way to easily back out of. So it's like one big fight club in that mid. But both of these teams gonna be starting off. Interestingly enough, we do have a Zimmy on the side of Banditen. The Zimmy, of course, with the bubble, really useful here. Maybe even more useful because if you're able to get up on that Propeller City area and you bubble, that is going to be really difficult to break through and get through that choke point. But so far, Distinct has an early hold on the zone here, and several of their members go down, but it seems as though Banditen struggling a little bit to get what they're getting out of those picks, but finally they do get the zone and they're making their way up.
Now, do they realize that acing was there? I think I understand that acing unfortunately couldn't get anything out of the flank there, so they had to jump out. So when you see Banditen all the way back up in control of the zone, the Ultra Stamp's coming out, I think, from the brush, I'm pretty sure, as the lead has now been swapped for Banditen, and Distinct is kind of trapped on that Cursed Bowl area. Mooj, however, is up in the skies with the Inkjet. The Zuka's coming out from that the Viper mini Splatling over here as the zone does get flipped for Distinct, but not for long.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting to see that both of these teams are indeed sporting a mini Splatling, though one certainly more aggressive than the other in the Zuka having one. I think that is on the side of Distinct, but you see immediately that brush going down, being teamed up on trying to get those picks, and I think with those picks taken, Distinct able to finally stop that really long push going on. Trizzy right back at it, having learned nothing, says, listen, I am right back in your spawn trying to get these picks, trying to harass you, and Ace ain't gonna go in with a hammer of their own, but not for long.
Brush does best here. It wards off attention, and if you do pay attention to the brush, then boom, you're immediately picked off. Because look, Distinct is 3 members down. It's only acing, and acing gets stamped down by Trizzy as well. As a hammer throw onto Tiger, not landing its target. But now Banditen is out of their penalty points. They're counting down already halfway through the 20s. They're going to be breaking into the 10s. Distinct needs to start moving out fast because they did get 2 picks down. Tiger's gone down, unfortunately, but acing, here comes the stamp. Will this be enough to put the zone into neutral here? The rest of Distinct is in wait, and they will be able to get the flip here. Distinct not going down without a fight.
Yeah, Fiesta perhaps burning their bubble a little bit there, trying to hold their ground. They are able to get a pick, but not before going down themselves. Trizzy sort of biding their time, waiting for that cooler, no doubt, before waiting to rush in. But several members of Distinct are trying to just like get those picks, and Thanos really living up to their name, perhaps getting 2 members down, while Mooj just watchfully tries to keep the zone in neutral. So right now, Banditen finally has the zone once again, but Trizzy, for the third time, going down, getting into that spawn area, and it's just a bloodbath with 3 members down on Bud D10.
Finally, Distinct is finally saying they understand it now. They're able to call out whenever Trizzy's gonna go in, with either with the brush on its own or with the hammer, being able to call them out here. Tiger has the bubble ready to go. This could be good, but Tiger's unfortunately gone down. Acing's going down next here. The Zinni has the bubble ready to go. If they can pop that, that's a lot more space for Banditan as they're moving in. The slider's coming out from the Tetra, and that will be able to flip the zone right back into Banditan's hands. Trizzy's going down here. They are starting to call out the brush now as Distinct is right back into control with 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, but you know they don't necessarily have a lot of space, both literally and figuratively, as it pertains to keeping this zone. Of course, they're up against a pencil that is just going to keep chipping away, as well as annoying weapons like that brush, like those tetras that are no doubt going to come in here and do exactly that. Just reef slide if they are not dead and flip over that zone. So right now, I think 2 members went down on Distinct, so they're waiting for their members to get back in, but with less than 30 seconds left and all this harassment coming out of Banditan, you know, Banditan well poised to just continue stealing this zone away from Distinct.
No prisoners right now, always sending either the Tetra or the brush straight into Distinct's backline to just mess with them. But here come the specials, full force from Distinct here. We're going to have to enter overtime if Distinct wants to get this map here. Muj is trying to hunt down Tristy on the brush, and that's a wipeout for Distinct. They're almost out of their penalty points, and they're sending Acing to Banditan's upper court here. I think they're already trying to hunt down that Luna. Trizzy is now being called out by Acing. Trizzy's going down. Tiger's trying to contest the upper platform here. We're seeing the pencil trying to break out as well. Fiesta is now in mid. Thanos is entering. The Reef Sliders come in hot here. Zone's in neutral. Can they get this flip? Yes, they will. The zone is still blue, and the lead has been swapped by Distinct here. A very brutal back and forth match from both of these teams, but the winner is Distinct.
Yeah, and you see at the end there, the zone did go neutral, just not quickly enough. I think that the Tetras there just needed a little bit of support from their pen, but their pen was just tied up with all of the pressure that they were getting at the end there, not able to put down the supplementary paint or get the picks that they needed on the other team to be able to paint over that. But here we're taking a look at the replays, and a lot of the work that Distinct was putting in the majority of the game, just trying to get into mid, trying to manage just all of the things demanding their attention throughout the entire game, really.
Definitely don't count out Banditan here. This was their map choice here, and they played it very, very effectively here. They always made sure, it's like I said earlier before the match entered overtime, they were sending their very, very pesky frontline weapons, the Tetra and their brush here. It's like you say, Sasu, rats be in your basement.
Absolutely. I think that is a really good way to describe it, especially because, you know, not sometimes, you're usually going to see some rat behavior out of weapons like a Tetra, like a brush, where it feels like, you know, you see people turning around to paint behind them because next thing you know, you're getting flanked, someone's overextending, and you're like, what's this guy doing here? But the time you take punishing that guy is time that you should be spending painting the zone. But obviously, Distinct eventually figured out how to manage that properly because yeah, they were able to eke out that win just there at the last second. But we are returning back, at least on stream, to Haggle, not Hagglefish, Mako Mart. It's all the purchasing, all the capitalism confused me for a moment there. We are instead in Mako Mart Tower, which interesting if we're going to be seeing those Tetras again, or if we're going to see a switch to something that has more of a GG special or more AoE.
Yeah, that's what I'm also interested in here. That brush and the Tetras here are a interesting pick. We're seeing, once again, Distinct sticking with their guns here, and we're seeing Fiesta switch up to the Junior. So there's still going to be bubbles coming out from Banditan.
Yes, they are still going to have those bubbles, but they are sacrificing a bit of kill power for it, I would argue. Junior, obviously well known for not being the strongest with killing, and you see it there. 3 members already going down in one fell swoop to Distinct. And I think we see. Did we have that roller before there? I'm not quite
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, so they do.
Yes.
That is their answer to the bubble there with Tiger. And I think we have Bridget doing a lot of good work with that Zuka on that mini. So right now, once again, another bubble comes up there from Tiger, trying to see if they can break through this checkpoint and get a clear shot to the goal, but it's just not going to happen.
That being said, the damage has been dealt from Distinct. 30 points within your first push is nothing to scoff at. But right now, Banditen is moving out in full force. They were able to rush with the Tetra and the Brush staying in. And right now, I think they're starting to eye that tower unless Distinct has anything to say about it because Tiger's moving in, I think, with the Shark. But Tiger's been called out there going down and Banditen is on the tower. Now, do they realize the Luna is there?
Yeah, acing really ninja-like, getting in there, but going down really simply to Thanos, who said, listen, we see you, you're not slick. While I think Banditen making a bid on the tower on their own, but not without making sure that they're getting these people down, because you see acing is doing a lot of harassing. You see once again with the flank trying to see if they can get anything done from behind, but they're called out, returned back to main, so to speak. And with this active Jet, I think that is going to spend the end of this push for Banditen. So I think Tiger setting themselves up on that top right, a really powerful position before getting called out. And Distinct is just trying to stabilize to see if they can further their lead here, but not with that Bridget going down first.
Seeing acing pop the stamp here. Already Trizzy's going down, one less rat to worry about. Both rats are down on the side of Banditen, and now Distinct is right back on the tower with Mooj in the driver's seat. Tiger is sharking over there, I think, trying to get anyone who potentially jumps down here. Acing throwing those soda bombs onto the platform and cheating out the ledges. Already 2 members down on Banditen once more. Trizzy's moving in, however, Mooj, you've got to run because a Brush is actively chasing you right now. Mooj is still alive, and they're being called out by acing as well. The mini's going down, acing's going down as well. That's 2 down on the side of Distinct here. A 3rd member going down to Trizzy's Brush here. It could be a delayed wipe if Tiger does go down, but Tiger's going to jump out right in the nick of time here. Tower's going to coast right back into mid, and now soon potentially will be the time for Banditen to start pushing and potentially get this lead back.
Yeah, and we are at the 2-minute mark, just past halfway, and already there's been so much action. You see Tiger, I think, on that roller very wisely biding their time before getting a member down. Thanos watching this drop here to see if they can get anything, but that Jet is active. Very very scary thing to be up against, no doubt, seeing as though 2 members are going to go down. Bridget being called out a little bit on the left, denying them that Zuka, but ultimately gonna be sort of ending this this really solid push. So Banditen's working really hard to keep this mid so they can get another push going, seeing as though we're coming up on the 1-minute mark and they're not gonna have that much time to get this lead back.
But with 2 members of Distinct previously down right now, I think Banditen is starting to get the ball rolling. Fiesta's popping the bubble here. I think it's only them and Trizzy with Ruffmerd up on their stack right now, and Tiger's moving in. Acing is lying in wait here. Once again, do they realize that the Luna and the Roller's there? Tiger's just got jumped on here, but Fiesta is going to be going down to Acing, who's posted up on the platform. There's 2 members down on Distinct, though. It's only the Mini and Acing, but right now this Mini is fighting on the stack, getting rid of Ruffmerd, and Acing just got rid of Trizzy right now. Amazing defense from these shorter range weapons on the side of Distinct. There's going to be 30 seconds left for Banditen to take this back because the tower is going to be right back into mid.
Yeah, Distinct about to pull off a really solid upset if they're able to stabilize and keep this lead here in the last 15 seconds of the game. No doubt a lot of hardship coming up against Bandita, and even if they're able to take the tower, seeing as though they're going up against so much AoE in terms of the Luna and the Roller that are just being relentless on this tower. But two members down on either side is going to open it up for them, but not without Bridget just directing whoever was on that tower. The checkpoint is open, but it's just not going to be enough. I think too many members went down, and Distinct able to close out that game with a 2-0.
Yeah, what an upset and that perfect storm deployed by Distinct in that overtime here. Of course, they had Mooj up on top of the Inkjet here, and we also had Bridget firing off with the Zuka, and then to end things off, in comes Tiger with the intercept of the century, securing out that game, completing that upset that you were talking about, Sasu here. Distinct will be moving up in the bracket into semifinals. Actually, meanwhile, Bandita going down into losers bracket. Of course, this isn't the end for them. The replays here, really still intense here. We saw Bandita stick with their very aggressive comp with Brush and Tetra. Of course, they were running things down all the time and just did not want to stop here. They were able to get a lot of good picks here. But of course, with Distinct just playing the defense really well every time they tried doing that, of course, they couldn't get that tower far enough.
Yeah, once again, you see what I would argue is that game-winning Zuka from Bridget, just absolutely zeroing in on whoever was on tower and getting them down there. Really strong showing. Of course, we mentioned that's an upset. If I'm not mistaken, Banditen are our 5th seeds, perhaps? And a bit of a correction up there from our streamer, Jorian.
It's quarters? Oh.
And yeah, so I think that is an overthrow of our 5th or so seed, but of course, Distinct, not exactly distinct, but Distinct is a very strong seed, no doubt. Their seed being adjusted a little bit for not being full rostered there, but yeah, that's gonna be an upset and the end of that particular set.
So of course, we'll be back with winners bracket quarterfinals. I biffed that up in the beginning here already. The first team has been locked in. It's seed number 1 Sickle, and they're going up whoever wins. They're going up against whoever wins between the super cool and awesome pickup or Hafti. So you'll just have to see who makes it into winners bracket round 3 after a brief break. Paddling Pool will be back shortly. And we are now back with Paddling Pool 329. This is winners quarterfinals or winners bracket round 3 for winning the Sendo bracket. For those just tuning into stream, I'm Frostix, joined by Sasu. I really need to just let you do opens a lot more, Sasu. My bad.
No, not at all. I enjoy the break. I enjoy sitting back and listening to you lead us in. But yes, as Frostix so eloquently let us know, it is Sickle versus Hafty. And we are going to be headed off the top to the dreaded Museum Rainmaker. Of course, this is sort of an infamous map mode due to its Rainmaker, of course, known for being a little bit stally, but there is a part on Museum that can be used to your advantage to stall even more. But I feel like I don't see teams necessarily using that exploit all that often these days. So perhaps we're going to see the gloves stay on. A bit of a fair fight here between Sickle and Hafty.
Fair fight, especially considering we have now entered best of 5 sets here. Extended sets, more fights, more action, more stream for everyone in chats here. Overall forecast of the set in large after game 2 is going to be on Zones Inkblots here. Game 3, Clam Blitz, Barnacle and Dime, and we have no time left to forecast the rest of the maps because we're going straight into Museum Rainmaker.
Oh wow, and we have the twice Momo. They're on the other team, very exciting, as well as perhaps Moon Rose, but perhaps I will think it is Moon Rose of Blackpink. A lot of great people there on Sickle already, but already you see the members moving in to mid, seeing if they can get these picks. Not quite focused on that pop, but it is going to go to Sickle. Already that cooler is out, so they're ready to get their picks and move in. But 3 members are going to go down on Hafty, meaning that this may end up being a simple free check for Sickle.
Could be, but we're seeing this pencil posted up on the spinner here. The rest of Sickle is jumping into position. Moon Rose going to be able to get rid of the machine, and now the rest of Sickle is moving in fast already. The Viper trading out the S-Blast here, and I think that path for the Rainmaker to hit that first checkpoint is there, but it's being contested by Avi, as well as that Headit as well. No first checkpoint yet for Sickle.
Yeah, they definitely denied them of that really close check. I think that Sickle really taking their time, being patient, and just in turn, they have paid them back and said, listen, you're not going to get that check either. We're going to make sure you stop. We stop you. But I think with 3 members going down for Sickle, they are going to be able to complete that check and get themselves in an advantageous situation, especially here with this edit, trying to get this pop, but they are the only ones left. The rest of their teammates have gone down, so they are making a very wise retreat.
Now already Sickle's moving right back into the fight. The Zook is coming out from that shot. There's a cooler being deployed by the pencil here, and a Booyah Bomb's being charged by that S-Blast. Already the Viper's going down. I think someone was trying to get a move on in. I think that was the Doolies, but they get called out here. And already the Headit's going down as well on the side of Hafty. And finally that green brick road is paved for Sickle to get that first checkpoint. Now Booyah Bomb is being charged by Yaru as well, potentially displacing and putting a roadblock in Sickle's push here. The bubble has been popped and it's green, but will Sickle get that push going?
Yeah, we will see. It seems as though they are just kind of chipping out, biding their time, trying to get that. But I think we're about to see that reset. If nobody picks that up, and they do, and they run it forward despite 3 of their members being down, giving them the lead that they just steal right under Hafty's noses. So now we are about halfway through the match, and already Hafty, no doubt, probably going to allow that to reset so that they can make their way back into mid, but not without members of Sickle trying to get a little bit cheeky, a little silly, and see if they can just get some picks in Hafty's flat.
Yeah, but not a lot of picks right now. However, the S-Blast and the Dooley's going down as soon as I say that. The S-Blast on the side of Sickle's going down as well. Moonrose, I think the Viper also is trying to get someone on the flank here. The Headit's going down, and the Cooler's being deployed by that Pent on the side of Sickle as well. They do still have a very strong lead of 35, but a Crab is going to be put out by Hafti as well here. I think we're already 2 minutes past the match. We're almost going to enter that half. I think we're basically at that halfway point now. Hafti need to start getting things going now because Sickle is still just moving in mid, not allowing Hafti to get anywhere past that mid spinner going on right now.
Yeah, this is sort of where the stalling begins. I think Sickle knows that they have this really strong lead, so rather than moving forward, they're trying to have a stronger defense, but 3 of their members go down. That 3rd member, of course, having Azuka in their pocket. You see them chipping out Palkia here, trying to make their way forward, biding their time, but they are going to go down to Kiki, who is just on a tirade. I think maybe getting a double their total, resulting in a wipe for Sickle. So now with this last minute coming out, Sickle in a really fantastic position to just stall this out and deny Hafti the Rainmaker.
Oh, there it is. The pencil has gotten up on the glass, and that's the stall position for Museum Rainmaker. You think this position is fantastic, Sasu? Say that again, because now that's a wipeout for Sickle once again. They're not even picking up the Rainmaker. They're just pushed up onto Hafti's top spinner out of sheer love of the game, it seems. And they're just forcing Hafti to stagger even further right now. There's less than 30 seconds left on the clock, now 20 seconds left. There's still a Booyah Bomb ready on the side of Sickle here, and Labima's going down as well. There's 2 members down on the side of Hafti. Kiki's gonna unfortunately be going down here. The Viper's gonna be able to clean up there, but before going down, 10 seconds left. The pencil and the shot are just guarding the glass like their lives depend on it.
Not necessarily going to matter here, because even if they do get that pop, that's just going to have to reset. There's no way to get the Rainmaker. And we were talking about whether both of these teams would keep the gloves on, and clearly the gloves went off, and tactically and perhaps very wisely, they decided to put that in that put the Rainmaker in that position and play keep away for the rest of the game, and that is going to give them the win. Sickle over Hafti. Let's take a look at these replays, because this was quite a bloodbath in case of the game. Like, we didn't necessarily see many wipe notifs, because both of the anchors definitely doing their job in staying alive, but definitely a lot of 3-person wipes in this entire game.
They who controls the numbers controls the game, and there's Kiki just running with that Rainmaker, jumping in and out of enemy players, pushing that lead to 35. I don't think the Rainmaker was pushed any further than that, either from Hafti or from Sickle here. I think they were trying to get things rolling right now, but they do go down to Kiki. They're being posted up in that upper position that blasters do enjoy being in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was Hafti's time to perhaps get that lead back, but unfortunately, I think Kiki really dropping on Palkia there gave them just spelt the end of their dreams, because the rest of the game was just Sickle making sure that they played keep away, making sure that it was difficult. But we were going to go straight into the other game, but we have a DC, so we are going to rerun that and figure that out as we can now have a chat about Inkblot Zones, another sort of cursed map mode, I'd argue. Not one I'd want to play, for sure.
Another cursed bowl for you, it seems here, and maybe more so Inkblot than... Actually, no. I think my definitive cursed bowl here, and it starts with an L. Either way here, we're back on the horse's screen. They're trotting about, and now we're on the map screen. Inkblot Zones. Of course, the one defining trait of this map is the jutting tower that practically makes this a 2-zone map.
Yeah, that is what I certainly don't like about it. It is a bit of a cursed bowl. It can be a little bit difficult to back into your plat, but worse yet, is that huge center stack that you're going to see in places like a Scorch or like Inkblot. So both of these teams are going to have to work really hard and be super coordinated to be able to paint over the entirety of this zone due to how large it is and due to how obstructive the center is. But I think, are we seeing any changes between any of these teams and their comps, their prospects?
I do not think so here, unless that machine has been there the entire time here. So now, already going straight into the match, the S-Blast on the side of Hafti is going down, the Cooler's been deployed by the Headit on Hafti as well. They are juiced up, but right now Sickle is in control of the zones here. That machine will be able to get rid of the Wiper here, but now there's 2 members down on Sickle. A Booyah Bomb being charged by the S-Blast here. Kiki's trying to get a move on. They do let it direct onto Labby, but they will be called out by Abi here. They are going to secure a door hit from that thrown hammer, and they will be able to get that crab out just in the nick of time to potentially retake this zone, unless Sickle keeps outputting this paint in spades.
Yeah, one thing about this particular map mode is that even if you get the picks, doesn't necessarily mean that you immediately get the zone in something like a Hagglefish because of how, once again, how big this zone is and that center stack. It can be so difficult to paint over. So even though I think Hafti at one point had the numbers advantage, they just didn't have the paint power to be able to neutralize this zone. So the tirade is going to continue for Sickle. You see Moonrose doing really well and locking in for that 1v1, but not before Palkia comes in and punishes them. And right now 2 members are down on Sickle, but even so, once again, very difficult to paint this zone, and it's in neutral, but Hafti doesn't necessarily have it yet.
Yeah, and that paint is still flying out, especially courtesy of Twice Momo over there with the pencil securing the paint during that first neutral hold for a bit, and now finally Hafti's getting that flip. That's going to be 57 penalty points applied to Sickle, and now Hafti's counting down. I think a Booyah Bomb is being thrown out by that S-Blast here. The Cooler is going to be thrown out, I think, by both teams, and you see the Wiper on the flank here. Do they notice that the sword is there? Yes! Both Abi as well as Palkia do call out the Wiper, and it will be going down in a trade, but that's a wipeout now for Sickle, with Moonrose landing that last Zuka shot onto, I think, the Headit, which will allow Sickle to get themselves right back into control and applying 38 penalty points to Hafti.
Yes, and that wipeout is particularly huge here because, once again, because Sickle, I believe, not Sickle, Hafti did not have any penalty points, so they were just sort of cruising through their points very easily. They could end up in a position where, Sickle just can't paint the zone, and they end up getting way more points than they necessarily deserve since they've been wiped. So right now, I think in the time that I was yapping, Hafti able to take the zone back and start getting through their very minimal penalty points. You see they're sort of camping there, making it hard to drop, but really their Wiper is just flanking and being an absolute nuisance. They don't call it a skirmisher for nothing, just harassing everyone, getting that pick and making it difficult for anyone who is in that zone trying to paint.
A Wiper's survivability is nothing to be trifled with. We're seeing an S-Blast off here with Labimaz getting the triumph over Kiki here. And now the points are closer than ever, 41 to 25. There's 2 members down on the side of Hafti though, because Sickle is posted right back up and poised to start moving in. Kiki's getting both Abi as well as Palkia. Can they get Labimaz as well? They do charge the Booyah Bomb, but they do get cancelled out by that machine. And now Hafti's responding with everything, and the kitchen sink, the Booyah Bomb, and the Crab Tank getting their position back in zone here. Now, they're almost out of their penalty points. They're already starting to contest Sickle's upper platform with another Booyah Bomb being tossed out by Labby over here. And now, Sickle needs to start moving because Hafti is out of their penalty points.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we are about to see a change of hands, actually, because of the size of the zone there. I don't think it was even possible for them to paint over in time, but 2 members are down on Hafti, meaning that finally Sickle has the chance to take that entire zone. Twice Momo, of course, helping with that paint. I think Hafti getting a bit of a pick as they jump out there, and so far 2 members down on Hafty, meaning make that 3, just the S-Blast up, and I think twice Momo moving forward into a more aggressive position to see if they can keep them in check and steal back this lead here. They are going to go back, probably making sure that no one gets sneaky or cheeky there. Palkia trying to get some paint down to neutralize the zone, but it's just not going to be enough.
What a clapback from Sickle. Of course, they had a very strong, predominant lead in that first half of the game. Then we see Hafty starting to claw their way back up here, taking those fights a lot more favorably, making sure they not just control the space, but also the numbers right now. They were able to get back that lead, but then next thing you know, Sickle starts upping the ante on their end. Next thing you know, they get out of their already established penalty points here. Then they take the lead back with barely any time left in the match. Then they get the knockout.
Yeah, that was quite crazy. Everyone was kind of everywhere, and it didn't feel as though either team necessarily had a strong lead. It was about sort of getting out of your penalty points and getting your picks, and I think that's really what ended up giving them the win. So right now, Sickle certainly at advantage, I think, on set point for them now heading into Barnacle and Dime Clams. And yeah, I'm interested to see how both of these teams handle this map mode, seeing as though definitely it can be difficult to get out of Lockout on a place like Barnacle, but Lockout not usually as much of an issue on a mode like Clams, where everyone's just sort of running around and managing their clam economy.
It'll be a definite scramble within that early game for sure, and it's like you were saying, it's pretty hard to get out of a lockout situation in Barnacle and Dime, but that's entirely dependent on how much staying power that pushing team has. If they can secure a good amount of clams to keep that basket alive, and if they can at least hold the ground effectively, if they can take that high ground up onto the enemy team spawn as well, if they hold the space, if they can hold the numbers, if everything just kind of falls into place here, something fruitful will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm thinking back to these comps a little bit. I think we had an S-Blast. We had that machine that I think was online the entire time. Curious to see if we're going to see some switches to a Bubble. Bubble, very well known to be strong on this specific map mode due to how large it is. Makes it really good for those jump-ins. And just for space, people also tend to like to run beacons. But so far, we are seeing no changes, I believe, from either team. So we're still going to be seeing that Crab out of Hafty's side on Hafty, as well as that Zuka out of Moonrose. So both of these teams sticking. There's going to be a skirmish to start off with, and we'll see how it goes.
I mean, honestly, having that Crab in a really good position during that clam basket open, that could be really deadly if Hafty can get that into the right position. Already, 2 members down on the side of Hafty, though. Kiki, as well as I think just everyone on Sickle is moving in fast here. They are at least responding quick thanks to the cooler from the headed. But speaking of the headed, they're going down. We're seeing Momo over here trying to collect some more clams here, charging up the pencil to potentially get some more chip damage onto Abi, who is now making their way onto the mid platform. They did pop the Crab, but that immediately gets shredded down by everyone from Sickle jumping on it here. They're already pushed up into Hafty's courts here, and they don't even have a power clam. They're doing this perhaps out of sheer love of the game, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. Momo definitely going to wait for those clams to come in from their teammates and get that open. Of course, Sickle going to want to get past that 60-point mark, and it is looking good so far. 2 members down on the side of Hafty, but Palkia getting a really strong pick on the defense right now. It's at 65, Momo bringing out that cooler while they wait for their teammates to sort of sustain. And I think that might spell the end of their push with Momo retreating there, getting out of their plat. And they've made it to 59. Really solid and what you want to see out of your first push, because of course you are giving the other team a power clam, and you don't want to do that in vain.
Yeah, exactly. The damage has been dealt, and here's that power clam being picked up on the side of Hafti. Meanwhile, Sickle is already collecting a power clam of their own. I think they're going to start funneling things into Momo's back pocket right now. Labimons does have the Booyah Bomb ready to go. That's good for displacement, especially considering the Booyah, not the Booyah Bomb, but the power clam is built here. And then Wiper will also get a pick onto the machine. I think Sickle is starting to moving in, but Labimons is going to throw that Booyah Bomb. Moonrose is going down, but the Wiper is being sent in, getting rid of Palkia here. And I think Kiki is almost at a second power clam here. You know what I'm going to say next? A second power clam has hit the basket.
Yeah, and worse yet, Hafti maybe handicapping themselves a little bit. One of the members picked up the power clam there, threw it away, and then it just expired while they were on the defense. So they're perhaps going to get another one here if they're able to stop the members of Sickle, and it is just the Wiper. So I think they will be able to do so, but they are certainly not necessarily doing themselves favors by getting rid of power clams like that. But luckily they have another one on deck, and with essentially that wipe, they have gotten mid, and they're going to be seeing if they can lobby for further than that, but it's not going to happen. 3 of their members are going down, and Sickle, the name of the game for them is just aggression. It seems like they just want to smother them and put enough aggression that there's just nothing that Hafti can do.
Right now, Hafti has a really big arsenal on their table here. The Zuka has come out. Abi has the crab ready to go, but the dualies do get called out right now. There are 2 power clams ready on the side of Hafti. There's 1 minute, 30 seconds left in the match. Or, yeah, 1 minute, 30 seconds left on the match for Hafti to get this here. They practically need to knock this out in order to win. They need to win in order to win right now. And already Sickle's right pushed up. A power clam is ready in Momo's back pocket here. They just need the rest of Sickle to start posting up. Abi is going down to a thrown hammer from the Wiper here. They're just so eager to throw hands right now. That being said, Moonrose is going down. That's no Zuka or no shot on the side of Sickle. And I think the trickling back into the mid, Hafti is starting to push them out here. They're starting to clap back, but Labimons is going down. Both S-Blasts are down. The Soda is being deployed by the Headed here. Now there's under 1 minute left for Hafti to take this back here. There's one less Wiper to worry about, but they need to break out of mid, and Sickle's not allowing them to do that.
Forget break out of mid. The sheer volume of work you have to do to get a win from 100 up against a 3 is massive, because you have to get to that basket, break it open, and then also have the staying power and the clam economy to wait for clams to spawn back in, so you can keep getting them into that basket without it closing once. So they have an absolute massive thing, like a mountain ahead of them, and with 2 of their members going down, it is certainly not looking good. I'm sure they were trying to get the clam economy on their side before they made that push, but in the amount of time it took them to do that, several of their members went down. That ball is going to expire, so finally they get that open for the first time, and that Zuka is going to come out. Of course, they are getting those clams in, but once again, they have a huge mountain ahead of them in terms of closing those numbers.
Here, we're already seeing that the machine is going in. They will be able to get a pick onto Kiki as well as the Wiper here. They play this very effectively. They're in the 20s. They just need more clams right now, and Labimons is the one that is trying to fend off the rest of Sickle. Abi's going to throw a little bit more. They're in the 10s here. They need to get just a couple more clams in here, but there's 2 members down. It's only the machine left. Can they get this in? No! Not just yet here. And since there's no one left on Hafti, that is going to be the end of overtime, and unfortunately the end of Hafti's game here, as Sickle will be able to take this match and the set 3-0, but that was a very, very solid and valiant push from Hafti in overtime.
No, absolutely. I feel like I have so many props to give out there. You see a bit of a change in the emote there. So the entire squad doing the same emote, which we love to see. But Hafti, with that push at the end, was absolutely major. I made it very clear just how difficult it is to close a massive lead like 100-3. Everything is working against you, from waiting for those clams to spawn back in, which takes some time. The clam economy can be pretty brutal in clams, to having to kill enough of the team and keep them down that you can keep throwing those in. So the fact that they were able to make it from 100 down to 11 in one push in OT is absolutely massive. But at the same time, also going to have to give props to Sickle, because I think when you're in a situation like that and you see the numbers ticking down so rapidly, it's super easy to panic, to overextend, to stagger, and go down one by one and lose the entire game. So really strong of them to just post up, lock in, and get the picks that they needed at the end here that you're seeing on the replay.
Yeah, but Hafni was able to at least hold their ground here, enough to get to 14 here. And to my right here, you're seeing the game 5 for Star Shopping and Distinct over here, and the horses are up to Sasu's left here. And with that here, I think that's the end of winners bracket quarterfinals. Finally, winners brackets semis is next here, so that will happen after a very brief break, especially considering the Cats have showed up, I think, to close out Star Shopping and Distinct set over there. So we'll just have to see who makes it, who goes up against Sickle in a winners bracket semis.
to Paddling Pool 329, if I'm not mistaken. We're looking at Sickle versus Star Shopping. You're gonna have to excuse us. We were having a little chat about K-pop behind the scenes, but it is time to lock in. I'm Sasu, and I'm here with Frostix, and we will be looking at this match starting off on Tower Mako Mart. Speaking of capitalism.
So we're hot off the presses of witnessing a 3-0 sweep from Sickle here, and we're going to see them go up against Star Shopping. Did I just see a switch up on the side of Sickle? Yes, that is Neo Sploosh and Custom Blaster here. Meanwhile, on the side of Star Shopping, their cooler is going to come from a 96, and that's a return of of Junior on Mako Mart.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting things we're seeing so far. That blaster, of course, makes a lot of sense on a place like Mako Mart. Even though I think we saw them on Mako Mart and they were not running that. So, if I'm not mistaken, but of course you're gonna want to pressure that tower, pressure those stacks, and anybody who dares to drop off of their own flat. But you see two members going down on either side, and interestingly enough, very rare that I'm seeing in competitive play that Gal with the cooler. Of course, you're going to be getting less coolers, but Gal pretty strong on a place like Mako Mart. Neither of these teams have been able to really get their hands on some picks here. That triple splashdown going down in vain, and I think with those picks, finally, Star Shopping is able to get some points on the board and break through their first checkpoint.
Yep, and they're clear the first checkpoint here. Already the Blaster's trying to target the tower. The Junior's going down, but the Blaster's going down in response. The strikes are coming out from Sickle as well to just drive Star Shopping further out. The Booyer Bomb's being tossed out by the Stamper over here, and already Sickle's juiced up on Soders. We're seeing the Blaster move in. We're trying to see if they can get some more picks, but no, they get called out by that Sticker Stamper, and already Star Shopping is moving into that second checkpoint here, and that Zuka is claiming two targets, both the pencil, not the pencil, but the splash and the wiper here, and they're deadly close to knocking things out, and that bubble will just secure that.
Wow, we have been seeing a lot of machine use in these games on stream so far, and I guess you're seeing why that absolute just lasering with that Zuka really did pay back in dividends there, and got them already an early lead, ending what was quite frankly probably some very strong momentum for Sickle coming out of that 3-0.
When you're in a place like Mako Mart, and from an in-universe standpoint, expect to be able to find washing machines on sale. And from a meta standpoint, Machine is also really poised well to play on Mako Mart here. It can just go over the ledges and camp out those spots here. And the Neo Machine in particular here, this sports Zuka in comparison to the Booyah Bomb. Of course, Booyah Bomb can do a lot of damage, but already that's being held from that Sticker Stamper. So you have that Zuka that can just go over the ledges again, deal some really good damage if those shots connect, and connect they did, which will allow Star Shopping to secure a win on Mako Mart. We're going into game number 2. It's going to be Zone's Robo Ramen.
Yeah, and Zuka can also be quite strong here, so I'm curious to see if they're going to stick, if we're going to see a more conventional use of cooler out of Star Shopping, or if they're like, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We had enough coolers, everything was going well, so we might be sticking. But Sickle, of course, had a little bit of an unconventional comp that we usually see from them, or at least that we saw out of their last game. So it seems as though they're not switching back. They may have switched instead to... Wait, were they running the Custom Blaster, or was it a V Blaster? I think it was Custom. I remember the triple splashdown, yeah?
They were running it last game, but I don't think they were running it last set, and I'm pretty sure they did like a full-on roster switch as well. So that's someone new running that Blaster on Sickle as well. But the Tri-Strikes are coming out from that Neo Sploosh from Kiki here. Dalek is moving in with that Junior, that aggressive bubble here, just chopping up territory to block Sickle out. But here comes the Wiper with that thrown hammer. Not any value out of it so far, and they're trying to contest the bucket on the pit over there. Here they're trying to cheese out the ledge as well. But now the Stamper is on the hunt for more swords here, and Star Shopping are still holding down this zone very effectively here. The strikes come flying out from the bucket, as well as the sploosh here. That's 6 strikes hitting the map here. But now Star Shopping is halfway through their points, but not for long.
Yeah, I think that Star Shopping kind of giving Sickle a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. This is very much so how we saw Sickle playing in their Barnacle game, where it was just like aggression, smother the other team and make it very difficult for them to hold on. But I think that Sickle has done a really good job of just stabilizing, getting the picks that they need, because there's 2 members down on each side. You have Dalek here getting into mid and making a really pesky bubble, which I think is going to be able to give them the zone, but not without Sickle trying to fight back with those tri-strikes, making sure that they can get into this elbow area and do the most amount of damage. Of course, you have Rihanna with that triple splashdown, getting 2 members down and then manually getting that 3rd pick, leaving just 1 member alive to not go back to that spawn. So the zone steadily in the hands of Sickle for now.
I think we're going to start seeing a change of hands as Sickle is moving into the 40s. There's that lead swap here, and now Star Shopping need to break out of elbow as the best they can, because Sickle is counting down fast. The tri-strikes and the hammer as well, but zone is now in neutral here. It's both blue and yellow paints here, but it will be capped by Star Shopping.
I gotta say, I almost forgot that Star Shopping had those tri-strikes. I think they've been kind of conservative with them, at least by my eye. Not many of them coming out, but what matters most is that they come out at the right moment, and they have, giving them the zone. And you have their Wiper from Sickle trying to, once again, just really be aggressive and get in there. That triple splashdown comes down. I think it does find perhaps that sword as it goes down, but finally Sickle does have their hands back on the zone. Dalek trying to get some paint in for that bubble, because it seems, I think the name of the game for them is get the bubble, sneak in there, and much like people do with a triple splashdown, just get in between everyone and pop it. And they are able to get that pick. I wasn't quite sure, since they, I think, are on a weapon that's not the strongest when it comes to killing.
I mean, while it does lack in pick potential here, its value and support is not to be underestimated here. It can bomb spam, it can put up a really solid bubble. It's what we're seeing Dalek doing in spades right now. They're trying to push up. They will get called out by the pencil here, but right now Star Shopping is almost out of their penalty points here. They will be starting to break out close here. They do have the soda supplied by the 96 here. Dalek is getting back into the fight, and right now I think Sickle's trying to push out of elbow. Star Shopping is being a little bit cautious here, but now the splashdown and the tri-strikes and the hammer, the arsenal from Sickle will allow them to cap that zone once more. 33 penalty points to Star Shopping, and already we're seeing the Wiper eager to start fighting, already trying to cancel out that Booyah Bomb. The bubble's being deployed by Dalek though, because the zone gets immediately flipped right back in the hands of Star Shopping.
Yeah, and they have that bubble out, meaning that the Wiper and the rest of the members have to sort of retreat, since they don't have the means to break through it at the moment. But they are very careful to not stagger, to not give up this elbow position, because once you lose that, it can be very difficult. And right now, all the paint coming out, those tri-strikes that really dictate the pacing of everything, are able to give it, it being the zone, of course, back to Sickle. And right now you just see a lot of work is being done with 2 members down on Star Shopping, but they are paying them back in dividends when it counts, because we only have 30 seconds left in this match.
There's only 30 seconds left. The leads are very, very close. 30 to 14. If Star Shopping can just get this hold down on their belts, they do have something in the works. But right now, Rihanna's moving in. They have the splash down here. Will they get picks? They will get 2 down on Sickle, actually, here. And now Star Shopping is out of their penalty points. I think Dalek was trying to move in to jump the pencil here, but they will be able to get right back into elbow, where Star Shopping is posted up. Overtime starts, and Star Shopping takes back the lead here. And they were giving Sickle a taste of their own medicine.
Wow. What a steal of a lead at the end there. Like, it almost feels like they just kind of snuck in there, and took that there at the end. I guess it was just a case of I'm just so dumbfounded because Sickle had such a strong hold on there, and Star Shopping just said, "Listen, you just have to have the points at the end of the game," and that's exactly what they did to put themselves at set point.
Yeah, and they finally managing to at least move up, contest that elbow here. I think it was just heralded by Dalek moving in with that junior here, and then I think all the rest of Star Shopping just moved in with Dalek here. While yes, the junior did go down and got the Pencil's attention. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just moves in, take up space, maybe get some picks, and just form the wall that Star Shopping needs to just stop Sickle from getting onto zone, especially considering it was overtime, everything was on the line, and now put Star Shopping at set point now. So what will Game 3 have in store for us?
Yeah, I'm certainly curious to yeah, that was such a strong game, such a back and forth, and yeah, you just couldn't tell what was going to happen. Super curious to see what will be happening here. Once again on Barnacle and Dime clams, especially because we just got done seeing Sickle dominate really strongly the last time they were playing this map mode. So no doubt that they're going to go at it extremely aggressive again, but they're going up against a bit of a wall here who is at advantage points. So perhaps they play more careful, or perhaps they say, listen, if you don't have time to go up under the water, you're just gonna drown, so we're just gonna keep holding you down there.
Not to mention, Sickle is doing this with a potentially new blaster in the mix, that custom blaster, in comparison to the S-Blast that was on Kiki's hands last set here. Already, though, they do get 2 members of Star Shopping down, potentially a third with S going down to Rihanna's blaster, and already Sickle's doing what they did last set, move straight up here, even though they don't have the clams for it. They're about to here with the Wiper. Oh, that's 2! 2 power clams have hit the basket here, and already Sickle's moving in with 2 picks on their belts. Is that a third in the hands of Kiki? Will they get this in? No, they will not just yet.
Yeah, they got to that perfect 60 really right off the bat. Twice, Momo really wisely going back and making sure that they're able to stabilize. You have C trying to flank, but not without sort of being warded off a little bit here. It seems as though Sickle has lost their iron grip on that mid position, and they have been pushed back to their plat, with Dalek trying to sort of follow up and get some of those picks down. So in the blink of an eye, it is actually Star Shopping that's been able to make it forward, and despite Sickle having that explosive start where they may have even been able to get more of a follow-up and more points on the board that I think we were expecting, Crossticks. With 2 of their members down, they are losing a lot of positioning here, and it may be Star Shopping's turn to make an explosive push of their own.
The Wiper. Oh, Twice Momo is going down. That's the start here. There were 2 members down on Sickle earlier here. The bubble's been deployed by Dalek. The power clam's in the hand of S. Bot is moving in. The Booyah Bomb's being charged by that Stamper as well. The Soda's coming out here. Can they get Kiki before something drastic happens? They will be able to get rid of the Sploosh, but there's 2 members down, 3 members down on the side of Star Shopping here. Sickle learning from their mistakes here, and are able to clean up a potentially dangerous and volatile counter push.
Yeah, absolutely. Did a really fantastic job of that. I think that harkens back to the last game we saw of them, where they had an absolute assault on them, and they were able to lock in and make sure that they didn't do the lethal damage that they needed in order to take the game. So right now, they have steadily gotten themselves back into mid, getting one of the members down, that being the Booyah Bomb user, Rihanna, with that splashdown. Not going to find anyone, but going to be able to take that space. Dalek working really overtime to see if they can sort of control this space. They do lose it due to several of their members going down, but right now I think both of these teams kind of jockeying for that mid position, because as soon as they get it, they're both going to be in a position to get like a fantastic amount of of a push. And I think of note is that Star Shopping having that bubble is quite huge. We were mentioning before on the mic that having a bubble in this map mode really great for how big it is, and you see that it is already paying them back with the points they're getting on the board. That's going to spell the end of the push, no?
Will unfortunately spell the end of the push with Sickle once again on cleanup duty, ensuring that Star Shopping, even when they do break the basket, won't be able to get that lead back here. So that's a really good counterplay from Sickle here, but the lead is deadly close right now, 60-71 here. If Star Shopping gets another push like that, this could just be a trade of hands for them, but right now, Sickle is already right back into mid. The Booyah Bomb is being charged by the Sicker Stamper. It is being thrown down into mid already. The Stamper's down, as well as the Custom Blaster here. We're seeing the Wiper trying to get a move on, but they will be jumping out thanks to the thanks to the Soda Buff. They're already right back into mid. There's 1 minute now left in the clock here. We're seeing Dalek starting to move in along with the rest of Star Shopping in tow. But we're seeing Kiki. They have the Tri-Strikes ready to go. This could potentially just put a roadblock into all of them here. The Tri-Strikes come out and the hammer comes out as well. That Power Clam is still there though, but it's being heavily contested by a bomb as well as maybe a shark from Sickle, but it's still being picked up. We're seeing, I think, Dalek back in spawn with a second Power Clam being picked up, and now 30 seconds left on the clock for Star Shopping to take this back.
Yeah, and they've got just enough clams to do it. The clam economy is steadily on their side. You see that Wiper going down, a really critical pick for the push, but you have Twice Momo in that top right saying, listen, I fancy you, I'm watching you, you guys cannot go forward. And we have that change of hands despite two members going down, and I think one member, that being the Blaster, two members going down for Sickle. They are not in an advantageous position because I think that Star Shopping is well poised to perhaps just bust that that bucket back open if they're not able to go down. And this place is huge. It's going to be difficult for Sickle to scale the entire thing. They're just not going to be able to do it.
But the 96 was there the whole time, and they managed to get that final Power Clam in, which secures the overtime push for Star Shopping, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's a 3-0 set win for Star Shopping here. They're knocking Seed 1 Sickle into overtime, and they have their tickets punched into Winners Brackets Finals to go up against Seed 3 Pathway. What a game, Sasu.
That is an upset, and especially surprising. That not just being an upset, but we saw how incredibly dominant Sickle was in their last game. So I feel like I thought that they'd be able to just kind of get everything in and perhaps do the same thing. Of course, they're up against a more highly seeded team, but I don't know. I guess it just wasn't enough, especially at the end there, where Star Shopping just had an iron grip on their court area.
Oh yeah, definitely. They were just able to play within it very effectively, even when the numbers go down. I think Dalek just providing a really good, solid support with that bubble as well as with the bomb spam, which just allowed Star Shopping to have that little bit extra staying power towards the end. And we're right back over to the sensory screen. The horses are clopping over there. Here we're seeing everything that you are familiar with if you have watched a paddling pool before here. So now I think this marks the end. I'm pretty sure this is maybe the end of where we cast Sasu.
Yes, that is going to be it from us. Definitely some very exciting games, some that even just befuddled me. Star Shopping doing some really strong work in that set, but before we go and hand off the mic to the famed Sig and Pat, where can the people find you online, Frostix?
Of course, below you have my Blue Sky, Frostix, bluesky.social. You can follow me on Twitter at TK_Frostix, and you could also potentially read my web novel Gap here on Wattpad. I swear it's worth your time. It's my own personal work. Anyways, where can the good people of Twitch chat find you, Sasu?
You can find me at Sasu in your pants on basically any platform. Spelt out, that's SASUIN, the letters UR. Then pants. So not proper grammar, not your, with or without an apostrophe. It is the letters UR, so that's where you can find me.
of course, you're hearing from Sig, Dokari, as well as Pat for the rest of Paddling Pool 329. That includes winners bracket finals, the rest of losers bracket, and finally grand finals. So don't go anywhere. Stick around for a while because Paddling Pool will be back with a new set of voices.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Paddling Pool 329. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me for Winners Finals and the rest of the block is Pat. And we have quite the Winners Finals for y'all today. We have Pathway versus Star Shopping, kicking things off on Rainmaker on Museum. Pat, what are your thoughts on these two teams going into this thing?
Well, we've had a bit of upset to get here. It is our seed number 4 going against our seed number 3. So both of the teams have beaten their seed to get here. But I mean, you look at the name of the players in these two teams. That's not that much of an upset. They are great players, well deserving of winners finals of this Paddling Pool.
Oh, absolutely. Some incredibly solid players here. You know, you have Teeny, Silver, Argo, and C on Star Shopping. There's some players that generally you'll be pretty familiar with, especially Silver, I believe, the Stamper player. And then on Pathway, I mean, this is a pickup team that may as well just be a team at this point, playing in multiple events together over the past couple of weeks. It's Mondi, Spec, Bonk, and Zekrom. No minor this time. But we are going into Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino. I'm curious to see what kind of weapon picks we have going into this. There's the new Stamper and 96, pretty interesting stuff. The new Stamper yet again. That new Stamper kit with the Autobomb Booyah has been pretty prominent.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty popular, and especially going on Museum d'Alfonsino, a Stamper is such a good weapon here, and the Booyah Bomb can do so much, can really stop the Rainmaker so well. Now, Star Shopping losing 2 players, and the Rainmaker's going to be grabbed Pathway, getting the path onto the checkpoint already.
Yeah, I mean, they got that early lead. They've got another couple of picks to go along with it. The Stamper and the Machine both drop the Booyah and the Zuka there to extend as well. Zekrom, though, might be in a little bit of trouble here. The bomb doesn't get the pick, though. But the Booyah Bomb will, and Bonk goes down. It's just Mondi left on this Junior, and they're going to try and pop Bubbler for a little bit more stability here. Bot tries to go in with that 96, doesn't find it. And the rest of Pathway is back in full force. Dalek tries with that big Bubbler on the check, but Mondi just runs straight for the Rainmaker, scoring another 20, 30 odd points here, Pat. What impressive start so far from Pathway.
Yeah, that was the big Bubbler that allowed them to all super jump in. Oh! The power of this Spartana Stamper right there, getting 2 and then another. That is huge. Dalek forced to wait on the side, keep the Rainmaker resetting. That's a bit of breathing room for Star Shopping, but right now Pathway is coming in so strong, Sig.
Yeah, no, they have not let off the gas at all. Specs still in the plat, trying to fight C on the machine here, trying to get close, not going to be able to. Bot tries to sneak that Rainmaker in on the opposite side, not quite going to find it. Spec goes down to the 2v1 with Silver and C, and now, you know, Star Shopping have a bit of a foothold here. The Booyah Bomb is going to just give them a little bit more space to work with. Same thing with the Zuka. The Zuka finds one, looking for that second, but the Big Bubbler is going to save people. Mondi almost gets hit by that fall off. And now they're just trying to look for this pop, but a machine is not going to do it for you right there. They're opting to look for those chip damage and the picks, but getting picked off by Zekrom actually, while Silver is just trying to stay alive and get Dalek out of there.
Yeah, Pathway able to secure the checkpoint. Not losing the checkpoint right here is huge for Pathway. Star Shopping able to almost re-grab the Rainmaker in time, but not getting it. They have a bubbler right there, which is allowing the rest of the team to go in. They're taking control of the platform right now as Pathway is trying to repaint around. There's a lot of people from Star Shopping to maintain the presence. Now, the big question is who is going to grab the Rainmaker next? It's Dalek getting in there, and with one splat on the Stamper, the bubbler is deployed by Pathway. Pathway is forced to defend as much as they can, Sig.
Yeah, I mean, Pathway being stuck on this defense for quite a while now. It's just a war of attrition at this point. While the bombs are coming through for a good bit of chip damage, same with the pencil. Star Shopping is eventually going to get that checkpoint, but the Booyah Bomb from Spec is going to come through, clear everybody off of that ramp to get Pathway the pop. Maybe a reset here if they can deal with that big bubbler, but nobody really can. Bunk actually finds two inside of it, but the Rainmaker's just going to be running by Silver for a couple extra points, just stop barely in time by Mundi, and Mundi finds yet another one with the bombs, make that two, and now the pop, and the subsequent wipeout for Pathway. They are back in control of this game with two specialists to spare, Pat.
Yeah. And with a minute and a half left in the game, Star Shopping, they broke the checkpoint, which was vital for them. But now they're on defense mode as Pathway has brought the Rainmaker back onto their platform. They need to defend as much as they can. They have the specials, they have the numbers advantage. The Booyah Bomb is going to create the space to secure everything. Two down onto Pathway. Star Shopping at least have a lot of blue on the map. Now they need to move forward.
They may have a lot of blue, but Bunk is coming in from behind, looking for just one pick. Just draws the eyes of three players, though. Gets Pathway a route in. Another possible pick here, but the Zuka comes through, finds that onto Zekrom. And Spec is able to eventually get that trade. But Pathway are not too down with a bubbler already invested in this defense. Now, granted, Mundi is quite good at throwing splat bombs and is able to find Silver here on the ramp.
Yeah.
And that's going to shut things down for a while for Star Shopping. They have to reset almost fully to the back of mid here. And now things get really, really tough because it's the last 30 seconds. Bot is kind of stuck with Bonk kind of cutting them off. And now the big bubbler is a good start, but now you have to get everything else. Bonk gets picked off on the jump, though.
Yeah, and right now it's 3 down. 3 down on Pathway. Can the pencil? Oh, the pencil's 10. That's the lead taken by Star Shopping. 10 seconds before the end of the game. Suddenly Pathway, who was looking so strong, are struggling in their own spawn, and they're in such danger. Overtime now. It is do or die. Pathway cannot make any more mistake as the trap is being set by Star Shopping.
Yep, C already on to a pretty solid Shark here. I believe that's the game plan being set up by Star Shopping, but is immediately picked off. Wait a minute, Bunk is able to find 3 with Spec, and that's a full wipeout. And with Azuka online from that Carbon Roller, this could be entirely possible. You just need to find another very opportune wipeout here. There's Silver going down right as that Booyah Bomb gets thrown. Zekrom still has about 20 seconds left here, but has to just weather this storm of splat bombs from the Junior. Has to be aware of that machine on that right-hand side as well. Mundi goes in, and Silver just diving into 3, finding that last pick. Star Shopping clutch up that first game at the very end there.
It looked so bad for them for the first half of the game. They struggled to get the checkpoint. They struggled to get on the platform. But they managed to get that huge push in the last second. And Pathway, I mean, they kept it alive. They were ready to come back. They didn't mind that much, but in the end, it was too little too late. They were not able to get the comeback on the comeback. Which means Star Shopping gets game number 1, Sig.
Yeah, really, really tenacious from Star Shopping, and great finding those picks. That can be a little bit tough, especially on this map playing against a lead. Just so many great opportunities to stall, especially against a junior, especially of like one that's like Mondi, where they're really, really good at controlling space and just forcing you to go like certain ways that are normally just the hardest route. Really, really solid stuff. Great comeback from Star Shopping. We're going on to Tower Control on Ship Shape, running back the same comp for Star Shopping. Pathway doing the same. And Pat, what are our thoughts on Tower Control Ship Shape just going into this?
I think in the previous game, the bubblers were incredibly important in terms of slowing the game down to let your team come back onto the action. Right here on this map, on this mode, it's going to be even more important. These juniors are going to decide a lot of the game, and right off the bat, Pathway is getting the splat on the opponent junior, activating all of their specials to get control. The Booyah Bomb from Star Shopping is not going to find much, as Pathway right now is getting a lot of splats and getting on the tower.
Ooh, there's a big couple of picks just trading left, right, and center. The tower hasn't really been moved, but the rest of Star Shopping is kind of behind the tower. The Zuka is going to be able to stall things out, enough for Dalek to get onto that tower and stop things. But now Star Shopping, they've given up basically all of their positioning. The big bubbler going to stall things, but Spec has a Booyah Bomb just immediately for an answer here. Bonk found out on the Shark. C is AFK and disconnects. All right, man.
Well, that's unfortunate, but that's early enough in the battle that we can get a reset, I'm pretty sure. So we'll get right back in there. That's only a small hiccup.
Now, I mean, the game didn't really get going either way, really. It's just constant back and forth. Nobody passed like 15 points. But, now we get to talk a little bit more about Ship Shape as a map. This one can seriously snowball after like a couple of interactions in mid if you're not careful. And like I was super concerned as soon as I saw Star Shopping just behind the tower entirely. That Zuka was really, really solid from C in just kind of recovering that. And then, after that, I mean, it was really anybody's game.
Yeah, that's the thing about this map is that if you're pushed out, if you're wiped out, it is so hard to get back onto mid, and we see that especially in zones. How if one team has full control of the map and the other team is stuck on their platform, they have a hard time coming back. They need a lot of specials. Now on tower control, the tower is going to move towards that platform, so at some point you will be in contact directly. But while you wait for the tower to come to you, because you can't really drop to your death, the opponent is building special, the opponent is building momentum, and it's very, very hard to stop the tower once it's past the first checkpoint on this map.
And especially since there are only 2 checkpoints, that like problem of the snowball is just further compounded. And so you'll oftentimes just see like random 100 zeros or just pushes down to like sub 20 points. It is very important to kind of control that space, and I really like both these comps. Just the junior sticker stamper in terms of controlling space. You talked about that a little bit at the start of the previous game, with the DC. Really kind of interesting dynamic with those weapons. Just high damage. They kind of counter each other too. Just going into things, though, we're just seeing a little bit of a neutral game. Already taking the tower, though, is Star Shopping, but probably not for very long here.
Yeah, because Mondi activates a bubbler as well. Both teams fighting around, but it looks like Star Shopping is losing a few too many players. We have a bloodbath right here with everybody trying to jump in, getting punished by the stamper. That's a wipe out.
That was really solid from Spec. Incredible just awareness of just, I'm going to get like traded out here for sure. I may as well go for the jumps, get those guaranteed picks, and just hope my team can play around to get a little bit of extra damage on that bubble too. And Pathway were able to play off of that so well. Now the Zuka coming through from Bonk, not going to find anything but corral a lot of people into that Booyah Bomb, which forces them away. This machine, though, is able to find a little bit of space. Mondi's there for the trade. 2 players down on either side. And Pathway are still running this tower forwards. They're down to past 40 points, almost onto this checkpoint. Mondi rushes into the opposing bubble and is able to find that pick. But now it's a little bit of a safe shield for that machine on the top left, able to force a lot of people off with the Booyah Bomb from Silver as well. Pathway, though, have not let up yet, Pat, and they are still working through this. They have a couple specials to their name as well. And one has to think they take this check pretty quick.
Star Shopping are stuck in their spawn. They're not able to get off of their platform, and Bazooka is going to find one. Looking for a second, he's going to get it. That's 3 down, and right now Pathway are getting the KO.
What a way to answer back. Oh my goodness. That was impressive stuff. You know, after the first game, after, you know, a little bit of stalliness, I guess, is the word in the in that second or first and a half game, quote unquote. You know, Pathway just answer right back. They even up this scoreline. Like we were just talking about, the snowballing really showing itself here. Excellent work. Pathway were able to carry that momentum all the way to the bank, all the way to 100-0 push. And just impressive stuff from them. That Zuka from Bonk at the end there to find the Junior and eventually the machine. Just wow.
I'm so impressed by players like Mondi, because it's not just that you can see a lot of players that move like crazy and get 100 splats in a single game. Mondi doesn't only fight well, Mondi controls the pace of the whole game. We saw Mondi run forward with a Junior by themselves, put a bubbler there, then dance around, put a bomb here to punish the other Junior's bubbler, and then get away. And meanwhile, the rest of the team was able to move, was able to get in the positions they wanted, only because Mondi had bought the time, had decided, oh yeah, we're pushing, despite having 2 players down, we're still pushing and getting onto that second checkpoint. And that's really what gave Pathway the victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was really tough for Star Shopping to even just consider coming back, you know. Once you stagger, especially against like Stamper or Junior or Carbon or literally anything on Pathway, you have to be really slow play for that reset with the rest of the team. That way you can clear up the Carbon. You know, you're not immediately 1v1 by a Stamper with Junior bombs to support and everything, and then you can also shred the big bubbler when that happens. And Star Shopping just didn't take that. You know, part of it was they didn't take that extra second to slow down for the team, but Pathway really didn't let them. They were excellent at pushing that pace. 2 weapons that are excellent at sharking around ledges, which is great for the second checkpoint, you know, just getting control around there. And now we're going on to a weapon, or a map, not a weapon, a map less known for the ledge sharking, but still very solid for these, as we're waiting for a sub for Star Shopping right now, in, not Crab Leg. Man, I just woke up from a nap. I'm sorry. It's Barnacle and Dime on Clan Blitz.
Yes, it is Barnacle and Dime. A map that we see on zones quite often. But yeah, for this, I mean, it's a bubbler map mode. Like, it takes a lot of resources to get under that basket and to keep scoring clams once you're there, because your opponent respawns all around you, above you. That basket is very much in a death pit. Having a big bubbler allows you to survive longer, allows you to get safe super jumps in. And I mean, we've seen both of these teams like their junior are going to be key once again to what happens in the game.
No, absolutely. Those big bubblers, especially when you're going for a score on this map, very important. Can control a lot of space with that bubble, give you just safe kind of run in, when oftentimes you have to wait for like 2 or 3 down, and then you have to risk just running forwards and jumping and praying that like the pencil or something just doesn't immediately just beam you. You know, a big bubbler can solve a lot of those issues, and Junior especially, with just, again, tossing the bombs, displacing people, making life very difficult if you want to be a statue. You have to be incredibly fluid and incredibly flexible with your positioning here. And I'm very curious to see how both teams play around it. The Machine Carbon thing is something I do want to bring up going into this, though. Machine Carbon. Where you play a little bit more for, just letting that Carbon Roller kind of do its thing on, whether that, and it'll go for like stuff on its own on the other side of the map, like on a flank or something, or on a shark, while Machine, with its slower kill time, really likes to play more around that ship that Star Shopping bring. I really think that's a cool kind of, give and take to these guys' comps, and honestly, I think I'm favoring the Machine here, but what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I kind of agree with you, and I think with what we've seen, it's very much each team have their play style, each team have their momentum. Whatever team is able to establish their momentum will have the paint on the ground and will have the advantage. The Machine, of course, is a bit less dependent on paint than the Carbon is, which means Star Shopping would always have a way to come back a bit easier onto this map. But the team that has more paint on the ground will have the better slaying potential, which will decide this game. I mean, you have to have a check on the Carbon at all times when there's a Carbon on the other side.
Yeah, and I think point sensors also really, really help with that. With the Machine, just you keep tabs on them immediately. You don't even really have to think about it as much with the Machine. You also get that Zuka. Both teams have a Zuka, but just more long range pressure as well to catch out a pen, which reduces that paint for the Carbon. And since you get it so much more often than Carbon, you often have like a special economy advantage where you're just outputting more. I think the Machine is incredibly strong, but again, Carbon can kind of just run in there and do whatever it wants sometimes. Like we'll probably see a little bit more of it shining on like the last couple of maps. Specifically Game 5, if we go there, I feel like is a very solid map for Carbon relative to the other two that we have. But like on this third map, I feel like Machine is definitely going to put in work.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of spots that are very good for Blasters and Machine, and we're about to see that the sub has been found. Let's get right back in the game.
All right, and we have Pool coming in. I believe the Blaster. Yeah, the S-Blaster. We're switching things up. Forget everything we said about the Machine. We have some extra fragging power on the side of Star Shopping here with that S-Blast 91. Burst Bomb's more for the Stamper to combo with, to really combo with just about anything here.
Yeah.
And so going to work out pretty well so far. Already finding a pick onto Spec. Bonk is trying to just find something in the Shark, able to find Silver, looking for a or just to stay alive, maybe get that cooler, is marked now. Again, the marking is really helping, but not enough, apparently, as Bonk is able to find one more, maybe the jump camp too. No, that's going to go over to Spec, but Pathway winning that first neutral interaction. Pretty big start for them as well, just getting that initial map control.
Yeah, that's a big move right there by Pathway, who are taking control over the map, but they lose two players. They'll be forced back onto their platform. As I say that, it's 2 down onto Star Shopping. These teams are trading back and forth, but there's a super clam made by Pathway. They use their bubbler right there, so they'll have to wait a little bit before establishing themselves under the basket. 2 super clams they have, and the Tacticular is deployed. Can they get in there? Star Shopping defending super hard, going forward onto them, and being able to push them away.
Oh my god, Spec with a massive double, looking for a little bit more with the rest of the team. I believe Mundi is already in the in the ramp. Eventually gets picked off, but another pick coming from Spec's Booyah Bomb this time is going to give a lot of space over to Pathway. A little bit more. Those 2 power clans are looking to get tossed in, and Dalek ends up going down here. So does Bod. Spec is doing it all right now, scoring 2! And Pathway already down to 60 points. Spec's going to opt to jump out. It's just Bonk and Mundi left kind of moving forwards here, able to find a pick. Is Pooh okay?
I hope they are right now. they're back in this game, but Pathway has taken a good lead. 57 is a nice one. I mean, these two Super Clams that were lingering there managed to get their way to the basket, and now we're back to a fight for mid with the Pathway. Or how do they have two Super Clams again? Oh, whoa.
They're doing a masterful job at playing to the Clams' economy right now. Bonk just trying to keep that second one alive, but you don't really need to. You have a pretty solid lead here. No power clan made just yet until they just run forwards and pop bubble on the side of Star Shopping. They're going to be able to score that. Mondi is looking to fight Silver here, not quite able to find it. Just a little bit of damage. Spec though able to clean up. That jump is not for long for this world. Sorry, Pooh. And Dalek is going to get camped by Bonk yet again.
Yeah.
And Pathway able to hold on with a pretty solid defense. Now they have a good bit of map control to work with here. But with Bonk at 7 clams, you kind of want them to just like stay alive for as long as possible. I don't think they're going to be looking to fight just yet until Bonk either like gets rid of a couple clams or like makes a ball.
Yeah, it's pretty close between these two teams with 2 minutes left in the game. Star Shopping using their Booyah Bombs to clean up all of mid, but it's not working. Sig right now. Pathway are the ones getting the splats, are the ones getting the control, and more Super Clams. How do they get so many clams?
I have no idea, to be completely honest with you, Pat. They are just, again, playing these like clam respawns really, really well. Already down to 38 points. Spec is looking for a little bit more. Finds Pooh. Eventually gets traded out by Bot on that 96. And now we have a little bit of a tougher game state yet again for Star Shopping. No mid control, even though they got basically a delayed wipeout because Spec was able to stall for so long. And now Star Shopping have to burn a couple specials to move in here. They're already using that Booyah Bomb, finding a pick on the Spec pretty early, but Bonk is yet again on this flanking shark sort of thing, behind a couple of players, able to find Dalek. That's a lot of clams gone, especially for Star Shopping. Gets traded out, but that's going to hurt the economy a lot, really delay Star Shopping's push here. The Booyah Bomb goes in, gives a little bit more space, but they have to pick up the pity here to be able to score. So if they don't get the lead here, Pat, this could be big trouble for Star Shopping.
Yeah, and right now they're not so far. They're getting the lead. Star Shopping with another comeback in the last minute. Pushing right now. They're at 17 and still scoring a few more clams. Pathway struggling to get them out of here. And they're jumping with more clams. They're gonna get the KO. Star Shopping. Both of their victories were comebacks in the last minute.
That is really, really solid stuff from Star Shopping, incredibly difficult again to come back for a second time against the same team, especially after getting 100-0 like that. Really, really solid stuff. Again, they played the clam respawns there really well. It didn't look like they had a bunch of clams, but the pods were respawning around them both on the plat. There you see Bonk right now in this replay, and on Snipe, just able to let them cycle those, get a lot of scoring in for quite a while too. End up getting that KO, getting that lead and everything, and putting themselves on, series point here, almost getting themselves into grands.
Yeah. 1 game away from grands. That's all they need. But Pathway has shown that they can be pretty good as well. That was, a pretty intense game. Star Shopping managed to get that big push at the end. But Pathway had control of most of that game. And going into zones, having control of most of that game is kind of a goal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You control the zone, you control the game, and, Pathway have proven that they are incredible at that, and you can't just score in the last, 15 seconds like you can Rainmaker or Clan Blitz on zones. You have to hold the zone, usually for longer than the other team. With penalties it could get a little messy, but the gist of the game is just hold that zone for as long as humanly possible. And, again, both these teams are really, really good at controlling space. Their comps kind of lean into that. I think the Blaster and the Carbon, very, very similar weapons here.
Yeah.
Really the only change. And so I don't really know what to expect, going into this. Both weapons are okay. They're pretty solid. Yeah. Obviously 91 is the quote better weapon, but we've seen what Bonk can do on Carbon multiple times so far this series.
Yeah, Pathway has the most explosive power in terms of what they can do, the danger they pose. Star Shopping a bit more stable in what they're doing, but right now stability is not working. The zone is pink, and the Star Shopping are fighting just to keep some presence right there. The Booyah Bomb will maybe hinder the jumps, but oh, it looks like Star Shopping is getting back onto the zone, and they're gonna take control of mid.
Yeah, very early control kind of punished by Star Shopping here. Really good stuff, able to kind of stabilize, get those refrags and everything. Silver is going to just back up into the water. Oh no! Pathway have neutralized that zone. Mundi finds another pick, but this junior Dalek is doing a really solid job at just being the rock. You know, when the 96 wants to get aggressive, when the S-Blast and Stamper want to do the same thing, we're seeing some pretty solid stuff. That is a very laggy S-Blast kind of just gliding around, doing his best Michael Jackson impression with the moonwalk a little bit, but not going to help out on the hold. Same thing with the 96 going down there, but Pathway still don't have control. The Zuka's going to be pretty big here, finds that double pat, and you'd have to think they get the zone pretty soon.
Yeah, but Star Shopping has the bubbler on the zone. That's enough to delay a bit, and they're winning the next fight. That's the end of this final. Star Shopping controlling the objective perfectly in these last seconds.
Yeah, really good stuff from Star Shopping. They kind of just shut us up. Talking about controlling the most of the game. They controlled the game from basically start to finish there with another 100-0. Really good stuff from Star Shopping, and I have to sing the praises of that junior on that map. Just 2-3 players went down on Star Shopping. You have to think Pathway's immediately going to get that zone cap just with all of that. I think it was right here with the jump in the water from Silver, but no, the big bubblers were just on point in this little sort of quadrant of the zone, preventing Pathway from really doing anything. And Star Shopping was just able to take that to the bank.
Yeah, beautiful games by Star Shopping and Pathway. I mean, they were strong in most of these games. They were forcing Star Shopping to do everything they could, but in the end, Star Shopping playing the objective a bit better, getting on top of the map and going the distance with it. That's what gives them the spot in Grand Finals, but we have more tournament to watch, Sig.
Yeah, absolutely. After quite a lengthy break, we will be back, probably about, I don't know how long. These games could go 30 seconds, they could go 5 minutes. We'll be back with Losers Bracket semis in just a bit of time.
welcome back to Paddling Pool. I am Pat here again with Sig, ready to watch the rest of this tournament. We are now in losers bracket, about to watch the losers quarterfinals. That's going to be between Sickle and 129.
We've got a couple teams that, it's a little bit early in their point of view to be meeting at this stage in the bracket. They would probably have preferred to play in like winners finals or something, but both teams got upset pretty early on, and now they're playing for 5th place. We've got kicking things off on Rainmaker, Museum de Alfonsina. We are back to the best of 3s, and we're starting with Rainmaker Museum. Now, I didn't get to watch that much 129, but I know a little bit about them just from previous tourneys. New team on the block, have been pretty solid, consistent, like top 3s in paddling and all of that, I believe, and they're going up against the top seed. So what are our thoughts going into this, Pat?
I mean, pretty solid is an understatement when you speak about 129. They, as you said, they've been rising the ranks. They've been grinding every tournament that you've thrown at them, and they've been doing good. They've been reaching finals. They've been showing who they are, and right, again, they're going to show us who they are. This time against Sickle, who were sent into the losers bracket early, but are now coming very, very strong with a Splatana Wiper.
Yeah, I believe that's
What?
Tickle on the Wiper. One of the best like Wiper one tricks out there still is playing it, and just incredibly solid on the pick. However, the Sea Blast is going to get just picked off immediately.
Yeah,
and the 129 already have a pretty decent player advantage here, with a couple of specials soon. There's the cooler from the Zap being popped, and they're running a ZF charge, or something that we really don't see often. I didn't even realize until just now. That's a little bit different. That's pretty interesting, but it's not working out great for them as Kiki goes in, finds 2, gets traded out eventually. And 129 though, they're back with those cooler jumps, and the Charger is quite aggressive here. Grabbing, popping those strikes and letting Adil grab that Rainmaker, while Kit Kat is just trying to fight, but Kiki is going to shut things down immediately. But they're 3 down. It's just the pen left on the side of Sickle, and 129 are just running straight for that check. And Orboy 36, this blaster is just not stopping, bro.
they got in. They got their trade with the pencil, and right now Adil is moving to get more points. 2 down onto Sickle. 129 are very much in control of that platform, making more and more points. 23 is a huge opening, and with the strikes, they get the repop, they get more points. 9 points left. That's quite the push.
That is incredible for 129 there. If you can get down to like 25 points left on this map, you are in an incredibly good position here. They're down to 9 somehow off that first push. That repop with the strikes, really good stuff. Kept that momentum going for them. And now they're still sitting in plat. They did not let Sickle move.
They're still in there. The Rainmaker hasn't reset yet, and all of 129 is maintaining pressure onto the platform. Now, it looks like Sickle are finally able to get the splats they need and push 129 away. But, I mean, it took 2 minutes and for the Rainmaker to get back to mid.
And now, Sickle have quite the comeback to make here if they can. This Blaster Moonrose already finding a couple of very solid picks. The rest of the team able to find one more. Tickle is on that Rainmaker checkpoint, just trying to hold the space, not die in it as well, but gets marked eventually. Azad hits that 180, I guess, and now the Charger has a lot of space to just pressure Kiki, pressure this Sea Blast as well, but the Sea Blast is going to do the exact same thing to the ZF. Gets picked off immediately by a great snipe from Kit Kat. And Sickle haven't really made much progress here.
I mean, these splashdowns, if veterans from Splatoon 2 know how to punish them with a Charger. And right now, we have both teams still fighting for control. The Rainmaker is popped, but 129 is forcing Sickle to wait a little bit to regroup, because, I mean, they're not able to get much, and with 2 players down, they have to wait some more.
Yeah, I mean, they have to start. It's literally just the pen and trying to provide jumps to the rest of the team. Very, very difficult to kind of get a push going in a 1v4 there. But Sickle's able to find a couple of picks, make that a 2v1 now. It's just Kit Kat left on this charger, and Moonrose is going to find that direct immediately. Kiki with his crab, though, going to get traded out pretty quick by this shot by Alwo. And, I mean, we're kind of back to the same old stuff. 129 has pretty solid control of mid and neutral, and Sickle is still trying to find a way to break back in with this hammer.
Yeah. Oh, and the hammer is only going to get a trade, unfortunately. Sickle, every time they get some momentum, they get stopped. They get absolutely stopped by 129. And with 1 minute left in the game, they're scoring the first points of the game right now.
Yeah, they've finally got some points on the board. You know, you got to start with that. Couple of picks. You know, 129 trying to shut things down early, not quite going their way. They are cooler, though, and they have a couple of strikes. Looks like they're going to pop those strikes right now to just get everybody off of that checkpoint, but not able to use them for pop. The Zuka comes through. Azad is able to find Kiki there on that last pick, and 129, yet again, have full control. But they're going for the silly cheese spot. Yep, they're going for the silly stally spot, or they're just sitting on the sponge. That's another good one. You know, this map has recently become very well known for having a couple of these incredibly stally spots where you can just surge up, like right here, and just kind of wait the timer out. And Adil is doing a pretty solid job at that so far.
I think Adil learned on the spot how to do that, because we saw their teammate show them how to do it before Adil could get the Squid Surge right there. That was interesting, but that was 129. I mean, that lead that they got at the start of the game really decided whatever happened at the rest of it. 129 very much taking control with that first push.
Yeah, I mean, that first push was just unreal. I mean, you have Azad just pushing forwards into the snipe, just making sure that Pen literally cannot do anything other than like look the other way and try and deal, and most likely end up dying because it's a blaster against a Pen at short range. And then 129 ran the Rainmaker forwards, kept Kit Kat alive on the ZF to get the pops with the strikes, and then ran it for even more. That was really, really good stuff. I don't know if that was like on the fly. It seemed like it, just based on how the rest of the game has gone, and it worked out incredibly well for 129. Really, really good stuff. That's just what happens sometimes when you get, you know, like 3-4 picks in a row on this map.
Yeah, great opening game by 129, and because Sig, we are in losers bracket, we are in losers quarterfinals. It's best of 3. It's best of 3, which means Sickle, or seed number 1, are now 1 game away from being out of this tournament.
Yeah, their backs are up against the wall right now, and against 129, that is really not where you want to be, especially since they have an incredibly strong fighting comp, really built on punishing you for mistakes with that charger especially, and the blaster at the same time as well. And I mean, I don't really want him to run into a ZF and C blast on tower control, especially on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I see 129 running that Zekofin, but it seems to be working pretty well. I hope they bring him back. And yes, they do for tower control. They'll have the GG strikes with their backliner.
Yeah, and we see a switch over to the 96 gal Deco with the wall Kraken. Just a little bit more stability here on the side of Sickle. I really like this adaptation from them, just giving them a little bit more to work around. But immediately, I mean, the Zuka from Kiki is going to find 3 or 2 and get Sickle a pretty early lead here, a couple of points on the board. But Adil is kind of holding things down on this zap for the rest of 129. Not able to, not really letting the rest of Sickle get a lot of points on the board. And this Gala is not long for this world. The Wiper, though, Tickle finds one, looking for that second with the drop. Almost finds it, but Azad gets that direct and is playing this quarter, almost getting a flick onto Kiki, but not quite. And the strikes are coming through. That's probably the end of the push. It's just Kiki left in mid. The Kraken's trying to push forwards, but it's not really doing much to keep this tower moving.
Both of these teams are out for blood right now. We see splats left and right. Kiki's back onto the tower as Adel with the Tactical is trying to get some momentum for the team. Right now it's fight after fight after fight. It's non-stop trading. And these two teams are really full on aggro.
Yeah, no, it is not stopped. It's pedal to the metal all day here for Losers Quarters. And, I mean, Sickle have come out kind of worse for wear from the looks of it. You know, not really able to prevent this push from happening. Cooler is up. 129 have really, really solid positionings, and the Charger is just sitting on tower with strikes at the ready to take a little bit of this control, clear out this top right side if they so choose to. With him, just looks like they're going to opt to back off it. Alvo does get picked off by Kiki's Suction Bomb, but Azad is there in the bottom left, able to find one, not able to get that second one. I believe the 96 was able to pick them off, and KitKat has to back off here, just kind of stay alive, be that wall, and jumps out too, just to keep those strikes and stall out that eventual push from Sickle.
Yeah, right now Sickle getting control around Kiki, trying to find the cheeky splat with that Zuka. He's going to find one with the third shot, huge lob shot. And that's Sickle moving on to the checkpoint, but here comes the strikes from the sniper KitKat to stop them. They're going to find a few splats now. The Gao is still waiting to the side. He's going to be forced out and will not make it.
No, not at all. And okay. Oh, sorry. I woke up from a nap earlier. It is really hitting me today. 129 is able to get that tower moving yet again, trying to make better on their push here. Already down to 50 points, broke that first check, and they want a little bit more. Have a good amount of space to work with the splashdown from that blaster, as well as the strikes from KitKat here. But only one of those is going to go off, while two players end up going down, only pushing about 20 points. But that Zuka from Alvo is going to stabilize things quite a lot. This Gallo is still up and is in a bit of a rough spot for Alvo to deal with, is able to try and shark, but doesn't quite find anything. And 129's push is stopped dead halfway through that second checkpoint. Sickle have a couple of opportunities to go here, and they're close to a Zuka to kick things off.
Yeah, but there's a minute and a half in the game. 129 right now are pretty close to getting their victory. Sickle getting back on the tower, trying to get some momentum, but there's a player down each side. That's not enough advantage right there. And in. That's
okay. There's a
so
big one from Adil. And Azad does end up getting two more as well on that tower. That's going to be really solid defense. Another big stop. Same thing with the 96 going down here. Sickle just have not been able to get anything past this first check pat. It has been incredibly, exceedingly difficult, one would say. And Tickle is just trying to find something on this bottom right hand side before getting sniped by KitKat.
I mean, that defense by 129 is so disruptive. It's as you said, they punish any mistake so well, and right now the Zuka is forcing the pencil to dance a little bit. That pencil stays alive, but with 30 seconds left in the game, Sickle needs momentum, needs to push in. They don't need to have two players down. It's going to be rough. The sniper has the strikes already, and there's only 15 seconds left. As long as that charger stays alive, Sickle is going to lose the game. And right now, Sickle can't even stay on the tower.
No, they're not able to keep that. Azad is able to stay on, and there's the strikes just to end things off. GG Strikes 129 complete the sweep over Sickle here. They move on to our lower bracket semi-finals, where they play against the winner of That's Crazy and Destonked. I believe That's Crazy did take it 2-0, so we will be back with loser semis relatively quickly with, I believe, a rematch from our winners quarterfinals.
Ooh.
Well, welcome back to Paddling Pool 329. We have your Losers Bracket semifinals. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me on the mic is Pat. We just saw 129 come off over a big win, a 2-0 against our top seed of Sickle. Now they have to play against the team that knocked them down into losers in the first place of That's Crazy. And we are kicking things off on Rainmaker yet again, Pat. What are our thoughts on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker this time for a Charger instead of Museum?
Hey, that's a completely different Rainmaker. In Museum, you grab the Rainmaker and the checkpoint is already right at arm's reach. On here, you can see teams really struggle to get to that first checkpoint because you can have fights around mid. That mid is so big. With good vantage points around it, like you can have these big fights that keep the game around the Rainmaker around mid for so long. But once the dam is broken, once one team is able to get past the checkpoint, points come real fast, Sig.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can get down to about 20 points just by hugging the wall on that right-hand side and just playing around that kind of half wall in the middle of it, just playing around that cover really effectively. It's just once you get past that, 20 point barrier, that's when scoring gets incredibly difficult on this map. And, I mean, past the check, I mean, it can go fast, but again, you have a lot of higher ground vantage points that the defending team can kind of utilize here. And I'm curious to see how both teams deal with that, especially That's Crazy trying to work into a ZF Charger. I like the weapon picks, though, so far. We see Aura Girl 68 versus Aura Boy 36. All right. But I like the Dapples as kind of part of an answer, just able to move so quickly, throw the Charger's aim off with its burst movement and everything. And same thing with the Crab Tank. Already, we're seeing it used to pretty solid use by Echo here, and just creating a lot of space for That's Crazy.
And then Sig, we're contractually obligated to like the Dapples on this stream, but the Dapples will not find much success right there. That's not... Oh, well, how did you get there? They managed to push beyond the checkpoint. 129 kind of stuck onto their spawn, onto their platform, finally able to push out of here, get the fight back into mid. And with these strikes, they should manage to get some ground, some paint around that will allow them to reset the Rainmaker and take control over mid, Sig.
Yep, forcing that jump out from the Gal. Now Adil's going to look to fight, make that a 2-for-2 trade. It's just the, I believe it's just everybody down on the side of That's Crazy, a full wipeout. And Adil's going to run that Rainmaker all the way forwards. We see KitKat just trying to just pop this, pop the 52 Gal before it can really do any damage, but it looks like the Snipe Rider had other plans here. Adil does have a little bit of space to work with, able to kind of back up, provide those jumps for 129, but they have the lead for now, and the Splashdown is going to find an opening pick for them, but 3 players go down the side of 129. A successful defense from the side of That's Crazy, and they are going to get that Rainmaker pop, get that cooler up, and just try and hit this go button yet again. And Oracle 68's already in the plat. Olympian is also jumping down. What on earth? That's Crazy have just fully flooded the spawn, the plat of 129, and they are this close to taking the lead. There it is, Pat.
Yep. And with the Rift Slider opening the way, the Rainmaker is going onto the ramp right there. 22 is a huge lead. Tommy Echo getting the jumps in, trying to keep it alive and getting an extra splat. Wait, it's not over. 2 down onto 129. That's Crazy. Oh, indeed Crazy getting more and more. 20 points left.
That is a bonkers push so far from That's Crazy. Already down to 20 points. They are just showing exactly why they beat 129 in the winner side so far in Game 1, but we're only halfway through this game, and 129 are struggling to break out, and they have to just invest the strikes into getting onto this platform. Albo is able to find one onto that Dapple Dually, same with the trade going on. 129 have pretty solid man advantage with the cooler up as well, but do they know Tommy Echo's on this flank? No, not able to find one. Almost got the second as well into Azad. And now, I mean, the Blasters is making headway here, just trying to make as much space as possible. Has a Splashdown ready too, but somebody managed to pick the Rainmaker. There's your 52 Gal right on it from That's Crazy. And 129 have not really been able to get going past this checkpoint yet.
129 are getting so many splats, but every time you grab the Rainmaker, all it needs is one player. Oh, wait, that's 3 players down. 129 are getting to that ramp. They're getting to that lead, but just 3 points. They dive their way into it. And suddenly, that's crazy. With a minute and a half left, they need to get another push.
That was just an insane push from 129. I am honestly just can't believe. I'm still stunned here that they were able to get all the way down to 17. Really good picking off, especially the Snipe Rider and the Dapples. Those 2 weapons have a lot of kill threat, and just boxing out the Gal to end things off, just to get that lead. Really solid stuff. KitKat here on this top snipe area on the ZF Charger has been making space, just forcing people to kind of not to peek and back, and the rest of 129 has been very good at just keeping that map control. And I guess 129 is looking for another stall if they can. Not quite going to. KitKat actually goes down trying to get that close quarters fight on Tommy Echo, but Tommy Echo is able to find that. I mean, it's a splash against the Charger. What do you expect?
And right now there's 2 players down onto 129 with 30 seconds left. That's crazy. Are getting that next push. They have their opportunity. The lead is not that far. All they need is one way in. The strikes are going to slow them down. Echo activating the crab, trying to take control, but the Rainmaker falls down, and with just 15 seconds left, Echo is last with the splash, going to be wiped. That's game number 1 for 129.
There we go. Already setting that pace early from That's Crazy. But 129 able to answer back. Really, really good stuff from them. Again, I'm kind of shocked that they got that. And then the subsequent defense right after, based on how the game was going, you'd have to imagine, like, somebody was going to die on the side of 129, and That's Crazy would have gotten that lead back, however small it might be. And that just didn't happen. KitKat was able to find a great angle onto that Rainmaker at the very end and shut things down immediately. And solid stuff. This reach side, I'm surprised didn't get 2 as well. Like, that was a little bit diabolical.
I mean, the flicks that KitKat with the Zekofin had, like, that was very much, so many shots were taken by that Zekofin Charger, and they really, really made the work. They really did so much. And right there, that final push by 129, really forcing their way in. They knew that all they needed was to get that lead. They did exactly that. Huge game number 1 by 129. And now we're going to Museum. Not on Rainmaker, but on Clamblitz.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Clams. I don't believe we've seen 129 play this. I think it was Tower Control. Yeah, that's going to be our 3rd game if we need it. But the way 129 has been playing so far, they've been hot for the past couple of games, and it's going to take a tough stop here for That's Crazy to kind of get that momentum back, kind of snatch it away from them. But I mean, with That's Crazy's comp, with the ability to fight everyone and their tools to stay alive, like the Crab Tank, the Splash Wall, and that Gal, and the Dapple's mobility, I mean, I definitely could see them just kind of abusing that, even with the super long sightlines favoring that ZF Charger.
Yeah, I mean, Clamblitz is very much a game of map control, of controlling the economy, of controlling the pace. And we've seen both teams being able to really defeat each other to get momentum when they need it. I'm not sure what's about to happen, Sig.
No, all we can really do is sit here and wait for the game to unfold. As we load in, I don't think we're going to be seeing any switches. We've seen 129 very comfortable in what they've been running. There it is. The double shooter plus ZF Blaster. Really solid stuff, and no changes from That's Crazy. So what are they going to be doing here differently? I mean, I have to imagine that Orgoil 68 is going to try and get use out of that opening gambit, but no, quite the opposite, actually ending up getting picked off first and giving 129 some pretty solid advantage. Already 2 players that make that a 3rd, as Tommy Echo's the only one left up. Finds 1 pick onto the Crab Tank, or with the Crab Tank, and is going to stall out just a little bit longer, but Alvo is also dancing and disconnecting. Okay.
Yep, that's going to be a reset. We have a bit of disconnects, but it's fine. We have more games to play. But an easy, let's get back in the game. happens,
Yeah.
Sig. But we saw very much 129 get the better fights at the start of this game, but Tommy Echo with his crab tanks able to slow down the game, able to let the rest of the team come back, and pretty much negate that whole fight that 129 had gotten by allowing the team to come back.
Yeah, that is especially the strength of a like well set up crab tank, especially on this map where you're able to just like kind of again really use those open sight lines to shut down almost all of the map with a crab tank and really control the pace for your team. Combine that with like a pencil, and I mean you have quite the tough pair to go up against. You really need to be able to hit your shots into like either of those two, or just like kill the rest of the players, which is an incredibly tough ask sometimes.
Yeah, an incredible ask, but our player is back in the room, so let's get in the game, Sig. We've seen these comps, we know what to expect, but we'll see how they're able to do. Can 129 repeat their strong opening that they got? Can That's crazy manage to dodge them this time and get the splats they want?
Yeah, it looks like the Gal is opting for a little bit of a different angle here, looking to fight directly onto the plat with the support from the Dapple Duel. He's able to find one, I believe, but going down for two. It's just Tommy Echo and the Sniper Rider left.
Oh!
And Hassan finds a massive direct onto that. Oh my goodness. What a play from the Blaster, really using Squid Surge. Probably the most useful Squid Surge we've ever seen. And that's crazy. Had a bit of a solid opening, just getting that crab tank into top mid. It may have taken two players, but like immediately after that, Azad was able to stabilize. CC on this Sniper Rider though is probably going to be able to make a power clam soon. Just opts to stay alive though, and that's crazy. Have a solid amount of space here, a very, very solid control of mid and the surrounding area. Orgirl 68 already moving on to that plat, while the Dapples is that another disconnect?
No, that's not good. We're out of replays, and it looks like that's crazy. Right now, scoring points. That's sad to watch. And 129. I guess they forfeit.
Yeah, it looks like it. It is incredibly tough to play that map, especially in a 3v4. So I fully get it. But man, that is tough. 2 in a row too, man. I mean. There's got to be like some rough storms or outages or something going on right now. That is incredibly difficult. It's just to deal with, especially on the mental side. Like, man, you might just want to play the game. You already have great momentum from that first one. But
hey, honestly, if it happens once, you can blame Nintendo. If it happens twice, please check your router. Please check your connection. It's kind of on you.
yeah, it was a different player is the crazy thing, I believe, because the first one it was the shot of Alvo, if I recall correctly. So I mean that is like exceedingly strange. I don't really, man.
Yeah, well, RTO have intervened. There will not be a replay. The whole tournament is waiting for this game to be over, so we're going to have to move on. That is 1-1 between these two teams, which means it's not over, which means we're going to decide it all on Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy.
Yep, we are playing on TC Inkblot. One of the maps synonymous with competitive Splatoon here. Just generally, I think it's been in the map pool for, I don't know, man, like maybe since Splatoon 2 came out. I haven't been around long enough to really confirm that, but it feels like this is one of the classics. Been around for almost a decade at this point. And I mean, you know this map, you love it. Really, really favoring those shorter range, more aggressive weapons, and I'm gonna love to see like the Blaster and the Dualies kind of duke it out here.
I mean, There is a reason it's the tournament tiebreaker. It's very much a map that has made itself synonymous with tower control. And it's very much the most tower control of all maps, where once you pass that first checkpoint, you really want to get on top left on top of that platform in order to allow your team to push further. We'll see what team is able to do that. But one thing to note, Sig, is that one of these two teams have a blaster.
Yeah, the blaster is really, really good here. You know, it's able to kind of contest everywhere on that tower. You kind of just have to give the space if you are riding it, if the blaster is shooting in your direction. But also, we're on Inkblot, which is just incredibly good for AoE weapons, especially blasters, with all of the ledges that you can play under. Bats is an incredibly important, dare I say, integral part to the pushes and holds on this map. And Blaster's really, really good at taking it and at playing around it, especially if you have a splashdown as sort of a panic option to just control all that space, really clear it out in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, clearing. I mean, control of the platforms really decides the games most of the time. These first checkpoints are pretty much formalities for these teams. It's what happens after, and what happens after is always decided by how you take control of the platform, how fast you can do so, and how deep you can go into enemy territory as well. I mean, I've seen games where both teams break the second checkpoint, but then one team breaks the third and really goes the extra way. It's what we're about to watch as soon as the player is back in the room, so we're going to see a game just in a second.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go back into it pretty quick. I can't imagine there are any major weapon changes. Everything is pretty solid here on Inkblot Art Academy. The only thing maybe is charger switching, but even then it's still incredibly strong. It's a charger, if you hit your shots it's good, if you don't it's a little bit less good. So I'm just curious to see. I'm just waiting to see what happens in terms of fighting, who's going to be where. The Dapples, pretty interesting pick. Something that we've seen a little bit more often with the new patch, especially both of them. High damage numbers, really solid kit. It's like a Tetra. If Tetra were just faster on the rolls and like to kill people more than make space for the team. I kind of like where it's at.
Well, it's time for a tiebreaker. The winner of this goes on to the losers finals. We'll see that, and it looks like we don't have much change in terms of composition. Oh, wait, is that a Splattershot Pro Frozen?
Yeah, that is the Frozen Pro with the Splat Bomb missiles. We are going to be seeing quite a few missiles, probably, this game from Tommy Echo. And already, I believe they're charging it on that right-hand side. Yep, there it is right there. And Orgirl 68 is already moving forward, looking for a pick, not quite going to find. The missiles are a little bit behind of that play. And now, I mean, it did give That's Crazy a good amount of space, but they might be getting corralled in from that right-hand side flank here from the Blaster. But pretty solid trade here from the Dapple Dualies, able to kind of neutralize things, stall things out for That's Crazy, get them a little bit more space in mid, and get them that initial control of tower. It looks like everybody's going down on the side of 129. Splashdown, though, is going to, again, clear out tower. Blaster is just so incredibly strong, especially around this first checkpoint. Strikes are coming through for the rest of the team to play around, and That's Crazy end up going a couple of players down here. The Reef Slider comes in, going to find one. Gets actually not much more than that, just the charger is down. But now you have to deal with all this frontline fighting pairs from 129, and I mean, two of them end up dropping. It's just a deal left, and a deal's going to have to back off. We said those first checks are formalities, but I mean, a minute in, and it's looking tough to take.
Yeah, both teams are defending pretty strong, punishing every move from the other team. Nobody's getting really momentum yet, but as I say that, That's Crazy are getting to the checkpoint again. And they have the numbers still, they have the presence, and with 2 down onto 129, it looks like That's Crazy are pushing in.
Yeah, I mean, the missile slider combo is going to clear out almost all the bats, unless Azad has anything to say about it, and they definitely do, getting a couple of picks, but this gal is just going ham, finds a couple of picks. Tommy Echo is just carrying up the rear with that tower, and gives That's Crazy a lot of space to work with. 129 trying to, yeah, 129 trying to pop those strikes. KitKat is able to stall the tower just for a little bit. The Gal ends up going down here, but at the cost of your blaster. That's your main way of pressuring this tower with that charger. And that's crazy. They do opt to back off just a little bit until the Gal finds one and the rest of the team finds his second. The missiles also come through, and that's crazy. They have really not let go of this game. They have taken it. They are running with that. The momentum from the DC has shifted this game completely, Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, that's crazy. Have managed to bring the tower far, far deep into the platform, but it looks like it's the end of their push. 129 have taken control of their platform back, and they're painting around Adel, getting another tacticular to give some momentum to the team. And right now, 129 are trying to bring the tower forward, but they're losing a lot of momentum. Tommy Echo is behind everybody and ready to punish the jumps.
Oh, okay, there's one jump going down there from 129. It looks like KitKat's just trying to play some close quarters sniping. Not able to find anything, though. Great pinch from That's Crazy to end that push pretty early. They still have a hefty lead of 2 checkpoints and 50 points. And, I mean, this Gal is just putting in so much work on the left-hand side. The missiles coming through. I really like the missile swap here from Tommy Echo. You know, Crab doesn't get as much value as it, and it really just makes everything kind of work together for That's Crazy. You know, you're able to take control of a place like Bats pretty easily, or Plat like we see right here, and now the Dapples is diving in looking for one, finds the trade, is coolered up, so they'll be back pretty quickly, and that Splashdown's going to be able to find that Gal 129 with another successful defense. That's Crazy not able to capitalize off of their lead or extend it in any means just yet, and Azad is just trying to push forwards, gets picked off by the bomb and CC on that Snipe Rider though.
Big bomb right there, 129. I cut short every time they want to get some way forward. They're able to defend, okay, once they are in their platform, once they are back, but they are not able to move in, and they lose another player. Tommy Echo, absolutely everywhere with that Frozen Pro.
Okay, but so is Azad on that custom blaster, able to find 2 for 129, and really able to find a lot of space, not quite get that third pick, and ended up getting picked off by the Gal, but the Dapples is going to do the exact same thing. The Gal is coming in for the extra refrag, and same thing with that shot. 129, they still have control of this tower, but with only 1 player left and the jumps coming in, the best they can hope for is a trade with that Zuka, as That's Crazy. They have the respawn, they have the tempo as well, and 20 seconds, the clock is on their side. 129 really need to find a couple of picks here, and with those missiles, it's going to be increasingly difficult here. The Splashdown coming through to make a little bit of space, but the Gal is still hugging that tower, able to just play around it. It's only 1 player left on the side of 129, and the missiles are being popped as sort of a GG option from That's Crazy. And overtime, you have to imagine it ends quickly here, Pat. And That's Crazy take another win over 129 and move on to losers finals.
I mean, 129 struggled to get the first checkpoint. That's how big that game was from That's Crazy. They were constantly maintaining so much aggro, and every time 129 had some control over the map, were able to start pushing someone, like they were able to start pushing, they got punished hard. There was someone behind them to really stop them in their track. Usually the Dapple or the Gal, of course, I mean, the missiles and the Frozen Pro was doing so much work. And everybody from That's Crazy was there to really stop them at every step of the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like to highlight the missile switch here from Tommy Echo on That's Crazy. Really let them get a lot of space here. You wouldn't see as Bats control taken as easily by the Gal and the Dapple if you don't have those missiles. You know, you don't have a lot of utility to work with to consistently take space on those weapons. And Crab, while Crab was pretty good at it, as well as holding, missiles is just stellar at getting those weapons in, getting them kind of set up, and giving them a little bit of chip damage as well to play around, Pat. I really like the switch. I'm curious to see if we're going to see that as That's Crazy play against Pathway in these lower bracket finals.
Yeah, well, we'll see all about that right after this very short break. You will play.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 329. We have your losers finals now. That's Crazy versus Pathway. These two teams are, I think they were on the opposite side of winners bracket, so we didn't get to quite see a matchup between the two. But we have some pretty fun weapon picks. Olympian on that Dapple Dualies and Bonk specifically on that Carbon Roller. We're going to be looking at those pretty extensively just because of how aggressive they can be, how many times they'll probably be fighting against each other or just in general. And, we're kicking things off here. I'm Sig Dakari. Joining me on the mic is Pat. And we're going back to Inkblot Art Academy here.
Yeah, back to Inkblot, this time on Clam Blitz. It's a different way to play. It's a different way to move in. And one other thing to note is that because this is losers finals, Sig, we have a best of 5. We have some room for these teams to try things, to explore, and to learn how to fight each other as well.
That we do, and we're going to start things on a pretty interesting map of Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. Then we've got Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, Zones on Roborum. We go back to Tower Control on Ship-Shape Cargo Company, and then ending things off on Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins if we do end up needing it. I'm very interested in seeing Inkblot. We saw That's Crazy have a really solid time on this against 129. So I'm just wondering what on earth we're going to be seeing, like just how we see Pathway deal with that, like especially with the Missile Pro if they bring that out. I mean, there's no weapon changes from Pathway from the past couple of sets. And yeah, okay, hold on. That's a V Blaster.
That is indeed a V-Blaster. I mean, on Clam Blitz, if you activate your bubbler right under the basket, you can keep more control longer. And right now, Pathway are trying to find their way in. They're able to get the splat onto the Dapples. They're forcing That's Crazy to defend.
Yeah, already in a pretty solid spot for mid. Bonk also finding a pick on that left-hand side, going to give Spec a lot of room to work with here. Also punishing that Dapple Dually. Has the Booyah Bomb at the ready to go with this Trizuka. CC has to kind of hide away in this corner. The big bubbler is going to come through. Mundi has that initial power clam score, and Pathway already striking first blood. Bonk on this ledge is going to make life incredibly difficult for the rest of That's Crazy and Pathway. Their push is eventually over here at about 65 points, but for a first minute push, that is incredibly strong, Pat.
Yeah, that's very strong indeed. Pathway forcing their way forward, and That's Crazy not really able to stop them anyway. This Reef Slider is going in, but it's pushed away without finding much control right there. And here comes the Bubbler. The Bubbler getting the control of the platform. That's why you want to have a V-Blaster.
Yep, but not much is going to come after that initial power clam toss here from That's Crazy. Pathway, again, just trying to minimize the effectiveness of That's Crazy specials here, whether that is the Reef Slider, the Big Bubbler. We don't see that much space taken from That's Crazy, and now they're kind of back to reset in mid. Up a player now. With a couple of great picks from the Dapple Dualies on the left side of the map, now backing out. Mundi just making sure that happens with those splat bombs. And now we're in a pretty fun spot here. Looking for a way to get Mundi in. CC has a couple of clams here, just power clam at the ready, but Pathway are just trying to just extend their lead, especially with the control they have in mid.
Yeah, but they use their bubbler pretty far from the basket right now. Pathway has 3 players down. They still open the basket. No worries. That basket opening will slow down the next push from That's Crazy, but it also means they'll have an extra Super Clam.
Yep, and they have that extra Super Clam. And now they have a lot of space to work with, too, on the side of That's Crazy. It's really only Spec that's able to directly contest this with Mundi. And Spec tries to go in, not quite finding anything. Neither will Mundi. And CC here has 7 clams. This could definitely be a lead swap, and that it will be, as That's Crazy is going to drop all the way down to 55 points. A big trade coming through from, I believe, Tommy Echo onto Zekrom here. Having to invest in the Zuka to get that trade, though, is Pathway. And That's Crazy are still running that clam timer down. They have 43 points remaining now, and very, very solid positions. Tommy Echo does end up going down in the Queen. does get picked off here, but that is an incredibly good push from them, and really solid answer to what Pathway have been cooking so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Just got that huge push. That's what you want in Clan Blitz. That's what really gives you the control. And Pathway right now, they're using their specials simply to keep control over mid, to keep their presence right there. They are struggling in this fight, as That's Crazy are simply dancing around them. As I say, that shoot down onto That's Crazy. Pathway may find their way onto the basket right now. As I say that, they lose 2 players. That's Crazy able to push them out.
Yeah, That's Crazy. Really solid stuff again. Just playing this defensive game really well. We saw it similar in that last game of the previous sets, where they kind of boxed out 129, and we're seeing shades of that yet again with the Blaster and the Dually this time instead of the Dually Gal. And it's going really well so far for them. The Reslider coming in, going to find a little bit of damage onto Zekrom, but with this Cooler is going to be able to jump out in time. Tommy Echo ends up going down. There's your Power Climb gone, but McQueen's going to be able to pick that up, pop that big bubbler, and still holding just a bit of space for That's Crazy. And with a couple players up, they are going to have a shot at getting a push here, but the Auto Bomb and another pick from CC here is going to give That's Crazy just a little bit of an opportunity, and I believe they get that one Power Climb, and CC's just not going to push for more, though, as there are 3 players up inside of Pathway here.
The basket is open, and there's a lot of pressure from That's Crazy, but Pathway will still have a bit of time, a way to push. The lead is not that big, but they're back onto the platform. Olympian simply dancing around and getting more action now in overtime, and Pathway needs to find something big if they want to get the basket. The Booyah Bomb is going to create some space, but can they get in? Do they need to find their way forward? Mondi just dancing around, nowhere near the basket. They don't have the time.
Wait a minute! They still have Bonk, but no time!
No time.
Oh, Pathway just barely. I like the idea from Mondi there with the movement just to kind of throw off CC's aim at the end, but I mean, with a pen like that, you can't really do that. You have to respect it all day. And really saw great defense after getting that lead from That's Crazy. And they're putting Pathway on the back foot here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. They got that one push. They got that one push that really took control of Tommy Echo fighting with that pro, forcing Bazooka not to take back the basket, but simply to secure their own bats. And right there, Pathway were forced to dance their way back to the basket. It was just 1 second too late. They will not get that overtime. They will not get that comeback, which means That's Crazy gets the first game, Sig.
Yeah, that they do. And now we're going on to another pretty solid map for their compa, in my opinion, which is Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. You have the missiles, you have the Dapple, which really likes just kind of running around on this map. But this is also known to be an incredibly good carbon map. And I think Pathway are definitely going to have a much easier time kind of making that work than on Inkblot here.
I mean, Pathway is the team that put this map on their list, and that's no surprise. As you say, it's a roller map, it's a carbon map, especially on Rainmaker. The explosive power of the carbon can mean you get a lot of players down very fast. And on Rainmaker, as we saw earlier in the tournament, you cannot blink. In the blink of an eye, one team can get 1,000,000 points and get right under the other spawn.
Absolutely, and especially with those big bubblers providing some cover, those leads can dwindle pretty quickly. You can get a repop as well with a couple of these specials, but it's going to be incredibly difficult just to kind of keep that Rainmaker in a one spot around elbows where you're going to be seeing that. Is that a crack-on roller?
That looks like a crack-on roller.
We have a crack-on roller in top 3 of Paddling Pool. I never thought I'd see the day.
That's interesting, because on such a wide map, the beacons are going to be useful and going to be more and more useful throughout the game. And of course, the Kraken can help like be a bodyguard to the Rainmaker, or an unstoppable assassin to the enemy Rainmaker.
No, absolutely.
Oh.
And the Rainmaker actually is
What?
going to be run immediately to the left-hand side, just taking full advantage of just subverting expectations on the side of Pathway. They all backed up to the left and just completely opened up the right. That's an early check for That's Crazy, and that is really a crazy play to make.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh,
No, not again.
No.
This can't, you
Well,
can't have... Please
keep
tell
the
me it was
faith.
just a controller
Faith.
dying or something.
Keep the faith. Right now, we are still in the game, and Pathway has taken the Rainmaker. They're trying to push their way in, but CC with the pencil is able to secure a lot of mid right there. As it looks like the Kraken brother is not really finding the slots. Yes, they're going to get one, and now that the Kraken is deployed, Olympian was still sneaking there. See.
The Kraken was making a good bit of space, but immediately popping the bombs and the Reef Slider, making sure that Rainmaker cannot move forwards. Even with the Kraken just trying to find as many picks as possible, clearing out those difficult-to-reach spots for the Pencil and everybody else. That's Crazy with a very solid defense here, but Bonk is just the difference maker so far on this team, able to make a bit of space, finds one pick, gets that second with the Kraken pop, and is just looking for just a little bit more, tries to stay alive here, gets that cooler, has not a lot of paint for a Shark, but I mean, it's a roller, it can move pretty quick with that cooler, and with Mundi dragging the eyes of two players, this could be a very, very well-positioned roller here on this bottom left side.
Yeah, right now we're back to a fight for mid. Pathway are stuck in their streak, waiting for a mistake from That's Crazy. That's Crazy re-grabbing the Rainmaker. Are stopped by the Kraken. That's 2 down on That's Crazy. Can Pathway find their moves, find their control right now? That's a lot of players down. And Monty will get the Rainmaker and bring it to the checkpoint. Can they get it? Yes! They break through the checkpoint just in time. Now only 1 point is separating these two teams.
Yeah, and that 1 point was just from the early check break from That's Crazy. And now they have a good bit of space to work with. Those beacons, though, giving a lot of opportunity for Bonk here to get into fun positions, get into really awkward ones to clear from the side of That's Crazy, and get these Krakens in really, really strong spots to get early picks onto the Rain before they can extend that lead. Bonk finds actually 2 at the end of that Kraken, able to get one onto, I believe, the Blaster. And with the pop going in their favor, Pathway still hold on. They keep this lead only at 1. And there's just so much utility having to be invested to clear the first part of Elbow. And Echo's able to get just a couple of extra points. That could be the difference between everything here. But Bonk with yet another Kraken. How much charge up is this roller running? It was like 10 seconds on that Kraken. And, I mean, it fully stopped That's Crazy's push.
Yeah, they're really farming for the Krakens. And right now, it's working. That's Crazy. Still have the lead, and they're going for the repop. They're going for more points right now. They're eyeing that Rainmaker as Pathway as desperately trying to defend their side of the map. The Rainmaker is not grabbed. The Tactical is deployed. That's a huge sigh of relief for Pathway as the Rainmaker is reset.
Yeah, but they're not out of the woods just yet. They still need to get that lead somehow, and with the pop not going in their favor, and with McQueen, that Blaster, finding an early pick before Pathway can get into mid, it is going to be a tall task, a tough order. Mondi not able to find something, even with the cover of the bubble, which is a little bit odd, but Bonk is able to get that trade immediately. The Kraken's ready to clear a lot of space. Looks for that immediate 180 on the Echo, and CC's forced all the way back thanks to the Booyah Bomb and the Kraken. Bonk is just looking for as much space as possible. Gets shut down by that Pencil. Mundi has another pick, but it's just Spec and Zekrom left, and Zekrom does have 1 point left again. It's just Spec, and Spec is able to find a couple of picks, make that another one. Spec is doing it all as the rest of the team swims back, but nobody is able to get this pop. Pathway, 10 seconds left. Can you get that? You have to sack the pop here, and oh no, the Dapples is going to just run it all the way back, not risk it getting picked up, and ran all the way over. And that is going to be game 2 for That's Crazy.
1 point was all that separated these two teams. But the one team with the extra point is now up 2-0 in this losers finals. And I mean, what a game.
Yeah, I mean, that was possibly one of the lower scoring Rainmaker games I've seen on this map, but it made up for in just in terms of sheer excitement. I mean, we see a crack on roller, we see just all these random picks happening. Really solid stuff, great defense especially from these two teams. Great utility usage, especially. I like the creativity that the Reef Slider had of just being used to kind of clear elbow and make space for the Rainmaker. And then, come on, this play from Spec here was absolutely unreal. Finds one, gets that second, finds the third somehow with a couple of beautiful flicks, and gets the fourth in a melee, just for the rest of the team trying to stall for that. Unfortunately, it didn't result in a game win, but it was pretty hype at least. But now we're going to zones on Robo Ramen, and Pathway need to find something here, Pat.
I mean, Pathway, they're just 1 point behind. They're so close to beating. That's crazy. In game one, they were just 1 second away from opening the basket and getting maybe an overtime push. In that game, 1 point away. Now going into zones, it's there is no going deep into enemy territory. We're back to very much controlling the space, and we've seen a lot of space controlled by Pathway, which could mean they get the way to reset their mental in this game, and they need to going there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the junior Stamper, we talked about it in Winners Finals. Excellent at controlling space. You put a pencil on there and a roller, and you have just a nightmare to walk into on the side of That's Crazy. But we've seen them work really, really well on these maps that kind of focus around your punish game. So, if That's Crazy end up getting a wipeout here, they could get into some really annoying spots on this map, while, they might not have as many super strong spots to go to. That's another crack on roller. All right, man. And a Rattler mini with the Zuka. Okay. I forget what I said, man. That completely just skips neutral for you with the Trizuka output that it has. I mean, it's fantastic at fighting as well. It has the beacons for tempo. I really like the pick, and this Dapple is already getting into it on the left-hand side.
Both teams are bringing beacons right now. That's not something that you see that often, but it looks like Pathway are getting the early splats, are getting the control. Tommy Echo behind everybody with the Frozen is able to get onto the zone, is going to be punished, but that's allowing the rest of That's Crazy to get back onto their elbow. Pathway will have to regroup a bit behind the zone right there.
Yeah, they are able to regroup those successfully, finding 2 picks. Spec, again, on this Stamper is really making things work here. Has just a lot of damage in that kit and a lot of space control with that Booyah Bomb. We saw it used beautifully. Pathway trying to use the Suka to get back in, but Bonk with that Kraken is going to make things incredibly difficult. McQueen goes down. We're looking for a little bit more with that Kraken. Finds yet another pick for that 1-for-1 with Spec. And Bonk on this roller has just been putting in work, Pat, and already Pathway are down to 15 points left. This bubble needs to be shredded immediately by That's Crazy, but it looks like it's not going to happen. The missiles don't do enough damage to it, and with 4, 3, 2, Pathway are on the board.
Now that's a way to get your head back in the game, Sig.
No, absolutely. 100-0, clean as that. Oh my goodness.
We had close, hard-fought games, but right there, Pathway are pissed. Pathway are done with it. They are getting that huge play. They didn't let That's Crazy do anything that game. That's Crazy. We're trying to get in, but every way they got forward was shut down instantly by everybody on the side of Pathway.
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, it was really about just controlling space a lot in neutral, and Pathway are just excellent at that. Dare I say masters with how, they can really just force you to go one way, really prevent you from, moving anything unless you want to take like 30 to 70 chip damage from whatever, you want to, like whether that's the roller just kind of running at you, you have the junior bombs. It's so strong. But now we go back to another map where things can snowball pretty quick, and that is tower control on Ship Shape. Now I believe we saw Pathway play this in Winners Finals, and it went pretty darn well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's about their ability to really take control of the pace. Now that's crazy. Until that previous game, we're able to really punish Pathway, stop Pathway whenever Pathway would try to get into their territory, would try to get forward. On this map, as you said, this is the map of Snowball. This is the map and the map and mode of momentum. And Pathway loves to have some momentum. Really, it will be on That's Crazy at this point to stop Pathway from building any kind of speed from going forward.
Yeah, but that'll be incredibly difficult. You have so many ways to kind of start that ball, get it rolling on the side of Pathway.
Yep.
You know, you have a Kraken, Booyah Bomb, the bubble for stability, and bombs to, you know, coincide with that. For something like a Blaster, which often likes to jump just to get a lot of like effect and range on its shots, those can be incredibly difficult to work around. And you need to, I don't know what you're gonna need for That's Crazy. I mean, you have time to experiment and kind of work around it, and so far that's exactly what they're doing. But McQueen has had a pretty solid time on this bottom left hand side. The Kraken's going to clear them out immediately though, and McQueen's just going to jump straight into the waiting arms of two players, and Mundi just grabs that tower as Echo is able to find two for a really solid defense, and the missiles are popped. Mundi has no bubble to hide in, and That's Crazy defend that first check pretty solidly here.
Yeah, that's a nice defense. The Booyah Bomb is going to buy some space for Pathway, though. Right now, they're still on the attack. McQueen able to dance around with the Blaster, activating the bubble, but is that enough to keep the checkpoint? Yes, it looks like the fact that the checkpoint is so long on this map is really helping That's Crazy defend and stop it from being taken.
Yeah, I like that. I really like. Oh, I like McQueen actually. Really moving in there, getting a really solid first pick here. And with two players down on Pathway, make that a third. It's just Zekrom left on the back of the bridge here. And That's Crazy are able to take that lead probably just pretty quick. There it is. With a couple of specials to spare, this Dapple is trying to move in on the left-hand side, thinks better of it, instead just plays around that tower, and Mundi has to pop that big bubbler pretty early here, just to kind of keep space. The Dapple isn't on that right side, finds one, looking for just to distract for as long as humanly possible. That's Crazy is down with another bubbler on the second checkpoint. They've got 20 points separating them and another KO here, Pat, and I think they really could do it.
Right now, That's Crazy are in there past the checkpoint. And 1 point away, they're going to... Yeah, they had it. That's game. That's Crazy is going to go on to grand finals.
Wow. That is a very solid showing. Again, you know, they were able to stop Pathway from really finding their groove here on this map. It looked tough because you saw Spec and Bonk kind of dive in towards that plat at the very beginning of the game, but Tommy Echo able to kind of hold that down while the rest of the team runs back to spawn. The missiles were well timed with that big bubbler, forcing Mundi back in the jumps. A little bit over eager, I might say, for Pathway too, just getting punished pretty quick. And That's Crazy really able to punish, but now they move on to grand finals here, and I can't wait to see them play against Star Shopping.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Pathway was the team that put them in losers bracket. So now they got their revenge. And they are coming very fresh, very hot against Star. Shopping for grand finals. We'll be right back. welcome back to our grand finals of this Battling Pool 329. I am Pat, here with Sig, ready to watch these last two teams, our top two teams of the tournaments, which are going to be Star Shopping going against That's Crazy.
Yeah, we've got a pretty solid grand finals for y'all. We saw That's Crazy go on a really impressive run, getting that run back on Pathway in that losers finals. The team that knocked them down to losers in the first place ended up getting revenge on them. Now they're going for Star Shopping, the team that is upset the top seed as well as upsetting Pathway in the process. And now they sit on the winner's side. This is going to be quite interesting. Very similar comp to what That's Crazy just played against with the Sticker Stamper, Vanilla Jr., and Vanilla Snipe Rider. But this time with, I believe, Pooh on the Blaster. So I'm curious to see how that changes things for That's Crazy with their Blaster or Gal or whatever they run, and Dapples and all that.
I mean, we've seen a lot of upsets today. We've seen a lot on the... can we see another? Right now, it looks like both teams are going in. Not much surprise in terms of combat, what we've seen from them so far. With That's Crazy, I believe, in blue, going on to the Rainmaker.
Yeah, That's Crazy. They didn't get the early pop, but they got that early pick. And they are taking full advantage of it, just getting a little bit control of top mid, but a couple players go down inside of that big bubbler, trying to pressure, I believe that was Dalek on the junior. CC is able to find an initial pick, but Dalek is still just locking down this Rainmaker with bombs and everything. And is one of three players left. These missiles are going to displace everybody, though, on the side of Star Shopping. Not going to do much, though, in terms of the push. And Silver on this bottom left is just trying to stay alive, jumps out, and now the Junior's in the midst of three somehow, stays alive. And, after all that, Star Shopping have gotten it down to a 1v1 and still have decent map control thanks to Silver pressuring this Snipe Rider.
Yeah, Star Shopping are still pushing, and that bubbler on top of the spinner will give them a lot of ground, but That's Crazy doesn't mind. They shred the Rainmaker before it can get to the checkpoint. Oh, there's still a Stamper behind them! Oh, okay.
Oh. Well, not anymore. It's just the 96 left, and they're not going to stick around for very long fighting three players. That's Crazy. They have control of mid. They've got a lot of space to kind of work with here, and a Reslider to clear out anything that they feel like. There's one pick already going in their favor, 1-for-1, as the Rainmaker does end up dropping. It's just CC left standing against three players of Star Shopping, and they're going to have to back out here. The Queen not able to find the pick, but CC certainly will onto that Junior, I believe. And, this is just constant fighting. I'm not really sure what the track here. Silver is just trying to back out, disengage for this cooler, and Star Shopping is still just trying to get their feet on the ground here.
Yeah, right now we have a lot of fights into mid. These two teams, neither was really able to get control of a checkpoint.
Wait.
And they're going in. What is that? No, you can't get away with that. This is grand finals.
His team won't let you get away. You run past a jump. Nobody is jumping in and letting you run immediately past them for that checkpoint, man. The worst part is it almost worked from Star Shopping. But That's Crazy able to shut it down. However, that's really the most they're going to be able to get, is Star Shopping finally have a little bit of more solid control. The Queen in this bottom left is going to be found out by Silver. The direct coming through, two players up on the side of Star Shopping in a 4v2. The Booyah Bomb comes through for Pooh as well. And, it's just going to be popped here to try and extend this kill streak. And there goes McQueen. Again, there's the Junior up, ready with that big bubbler. Jumping back for the Rainmaker, and we finally have a check break, Pat. It's been 3 minutes of this non-stop fighting in mid, and we finally have moved past it.
Yeah, the Star Shopping is paying off right now, re-grabbing the Rainmaker, just snaking their way to a few more points. Now they lose a few too many players, which means That's Crazy will get the Rainmaker, will drop it. Now they need to mount a push, they have no choice but to go in, and all it takes is one player to stop them.
Yeah, but Star Shopping is going to shut down pretty quickly. Dalek does end up going down here. Same thing with Pooh, and the Reef Slider actually finds bots. It's just Silver left in the respawning pool. And so that's going to mean the Rainmaker is going to be dunked into that checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb does end up finding yet another, so it's a 3v2 in favor of Star Shopping. But nobody can really get onto this blaster just yet. Dalek is able to find that pick. Well, Bot forces out CC on that pencil. The jump in from the Dapples is going to stall out and find a trade.
Yeah.
But, that's crazy. Really need to find picks if they want to take back this lead. They only have a minute to do so, and these missiles are going to have to be really, really big along with that.
Yeah, they can't stall, they need to go in. Echo going in! That's so close! That is so close, but Star Shopping able to defend. The Repop is coming. Olympian going in with a Reef Slider. What a Reef Slider! That's a super jump in! Oh! Again, they get splatted, but there's only one S-Blast to defend.
They just can't get past this 40-point barrier of the pillow. They're going to pop and drop on the side of Star Shopping. But the Rainmaker is behind the pillow now. It's in a very dangerous position here, able to be damaged by multiple people. Dalek is going to have to run and pick this up immediately, and they do so, but it's still up there. It could be popped. It's just this blaster that's able to do anything, but I don't think they're going to be able to find this pick fast enough, and they immediately get on the side of that's crazy. Oh my goodness, Star Shopping are going to have this massive comeback, but they have to clear everything out, and without the Junior being up, and with Olympian down here just putting so much damage, the Rainmaker is only going to be picked up just now, Pat, and now Tommy Echo has a Shark on top mid. This is dangerous, and Bot stays alive!
It's not over right now, but Star Shopping trying to get in. They have a bubbler. Wait, they have a bubbler, and they're on control. How?
They lost it. Wait, who has lead? It has to be. That's crazy, right?
That's crazy, yeah.
That's crazy. Okay.
Just for 5 points. What was this game?
Oh my goodness. Dude, they tried. Oh my goodness. Great. Can I just highlight? I don't know how else to put this, but whoever was just sitting in bottom left, punishing the drops, just killing the Rainmaker constantly before they ended up touching their ground. That's crazy. Was just an MVP here.
They had to do so much to let that push go on, and Star Shopping managed to block them with almost nothing at some point. They only had the S-Blast alone in a 1v3, and that S-Blast still stopped the Rainmaker and allowed Star Shopping to put themselves in defensive position. But as they were trying to drop the Rainmaker, they kind of panicked. And that's a push. What a game! What a game!
Dude. That's just absurd. How? I thought it was done for as soon as That's Crazy got the lead, but with Tommy Echo setting up that Shark, but immediately was caught by all 4 players of Star Shopping.
Usually I like to say that's just game 1, but I don't think we're gonna do better than that. I don't think we can top that. Like this. Here's the highlight of this set. I'm already calling it.
Yeah, I mean, like it's hard to go get better than that, really. But we're gonna try at least. We've got a few more games to do so, and we're going over to Splat Zones on Robo Realm. We saw That's Crazy struggle with this in the losers finals. Kind of locked out immediately by Pathway. I'm curious if the story will be the same against Star Shopping. They do have a little bit of a range advantage, though, in terms of their longest range weapon. They've got that pencil compared to Star Shopping's Claws 96, so that could be a very, very big different factor here, unless Bot decides to switch to pencil, which is entirely possible. No, but we see an Octobrush from Blue. Okay.
Ooh.
The Splash.
Yeah, that's going to change a lot of things in terms of dynamics. And Tommy Echo with that splash will have a lot of control. I mean, Crab Tank on this map can take a lot of control over the map. Right now it's Star Shopping taking that control, getting those splats, punishing the Crab Tank and forcing it out of here. What an opening move by Star Shopping.
Excellent opening for Star Shopping there. They are not happy that that game went the way it did towards the end there, and they are back with a vengeance. Yet again, the Zipcaster coming through, not going to find anything just yet, but Dalek is rushing forwards. That blaster is not going to stick around for very long here, but CC is able to find that trade. Star Shopping down to 50 points left, Pat, and that's crazy. Still have barely made it past Elbow. The Reef Slider is going to come in, find that insta-cap, though, as well as a couple of picks to go along with it, but the Big Bubbler is going to just provide a little bit more stability and space for Star Shopping here, but it is stuck in that bottom pit area. And I mean, they're back safe with Cooler, but I mean, two of their teammates are down. So
yeah, that's crazy right now. We have great control over the zone. 2 down on Star Shopping means they get to keep control longer and longer. But Star Shopping are back on their elbow, trying to get in with the Tacticooler. That's not enough. That's crazy waiting. Holding the line, the Bubbler and the Booyah Bomber will be enough to allow Star Shopping in.
Yeah, they are back. They have the lead still somehow. The Reef Slider is going to neutralize the zone, find a couple of picks, give That's Crazy a very solid bit of map control here, but the Brush is behind, kind of splitting the focus of That's Crazy. Olympians kind of on their lonesome fighting 3 players, almost able to find one, just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Silver's going to be able to find that pick, has the Booyah Bomb at the ready as well, shredded a little bit by the Crab. There it is. There's the Crab. Just getting a lot of value here by shredding and getting that early advantage. And That's Crazy. They still have control, only 30 points separating them and a lead flip. And, I mean, they have a Reef Slider to kind of dissuade any kind of push here. And there it is, right there, down into 3. Somehow alive?
How'd you get away with that?
I don't know.
And right now, Star Shopping still able to push in, get their way forward, but they lose 2 players as they push in. I guess That's Crazy will be able to get a counter push pretty fast. Look at that! They're getting the splats. It's only the Stamper, and the Stamper is down. That's Crazy retaking the zone again. I mean, they're 1 point behind, but they don't have that much penalty on them.
No, not at all. And with the Booyah Bomb going through, that's going to give McQueen just a little bit more space to work with here. CC has full control of this elbow for That's Crazy. And with Tommy Echo just dashing in, finding another pick, you're coolered up. You can get that pick, and you have the lead for That's Crazy. A Burst Bomb comes through as well for McQueen on that respawn. And is looking for a little bit more. It's a 2-on-2, and nobody's on the zone still just yet. Star Shopping have to get moving right here and right now. 15 points left. And CC is able to find the pick. It's just the junior left, and they're going to try and find some extra picks, get that paint down, and they have control of the zone. They are not out of this just yet, Pat. A minute 40 left to get this lead, and they have a Booyah Bomb for this hole.
Yeah, and they need to hold a minute and a half, means there isn't that much time left to take control, to take the lead back, and they already lost their Stamper. They have 2 specials ready, though, including that Bubbler that's on the elbow with the Zip to get some attention away from That's Crazy. Right now, Star Shopping have no penalty on them, are making more and more points, but they need to get rid of that Blaster. Ooh!
Oh, they're able to shred the Booyah Bomb, but they're not able to keep control of the zone. The Booyah Bomb goes right on top of it to further stall it. Silver does end up finding a pick onto Olympian. That Dapple Dooley is down, but they still don't have control. These Burst Bombs are coming through. So much chip damage. Silver's going to have to pop this Booyah Bomb. Forces CC all the way back. Tommy Echo is in a bit of between a rock and a hard place right here, and eventually Star Shopping do win that exchange. And with Dalek running forwards in the Bubbler, it has so much space to work with. Nobody's really able to shred. The Zipcaster comes through as well from Pooh. Pooh does end up going down here, but Star Shopping have a lot of space. That's Crazy need to get moving. This Reef Slider needs to find value. There's Silver down, and with 10 points left, That's Crazy cap in time. They get the neutralization, and they get the picks. It's just the junior left, and the junior's gone. There's another wipeout. That's crazy. They're so close to this, Pat. I don't think that Star Shopping has what it takes to get back in.
I mean, they used their specials, they used their lives to get onto the zone right now. That's Crazy, are simply getting splat after splat, cleaning up around.
And they're
gonna get game 2.
All right. I mean, That's Crazy have just an insane amount of momentum. I mean, after getting knocked down to losers in that game 5, they have gone on a revenge tour so far. They are on the verge of resetting the bracket here. I'm curious, how many people have they played just to get here? Or have they beaten losers? They beat Distinct, 129 and then Pathway, and now they're about to beat Star Shopping. And just, given that they win one of the next 3 games, to force that bracket reset, and that's crazy for a run. Like, oh my goodness.
Sick. That's the second game in a row where our 2 teams are just 5 points away from each other.
Yeah.
These were incredibly close, but in the end, that's crazy. Able to get the extra crazy, able to stay on top just a tiny bit better to make a few more points. That's all it takes. And right now, that's a 2-0 for That's Crazy. Going into tower control for on Macomart.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any map that I think that Star Shopping is going to have a little bit of a better time on, it's probably this one. Just because, you have tower control and you have Macomart pretty solid. Just for the blaster especially to kind of have free range here. I've seen juniors kind of go ham. Big Bubbler is super, super, super valuable here. And Stampers, I mean, it's incredibly strong in every single map.
Yeah.
But I mean, you have a GG option in the Booyah Bomb. Stamper is great here at just playing around the multiple ledges that you can kind of pressure on offense. And I mean, yeah, I think Star Shopping have a really, really solid chance. They need to get on the board though. They need to get moving. I'm not incredibly hopeful. There's the S-Blast switch back that we see, and again, Tommy Echo on that Frozen Pro for those missiles to kind of get those that S-Blast and Dapple in.
Yeah, and now That's Crazy 1 game away from the bracket reset. Are coming in about the same comp. S-Blast versus S-Blast is going to be the name of the game. But right now, Star Shopping putting the bubbler on the tower, trying to get to that checkpoint early and being able to take a lot of space right there. That's huge. Oh, they get the control and they're past the checkpoint already.
That is a lightning fast check, as well as finding that pick onto the Dapple. Dooley Silver is just trying to stay alive. Goes down to a bomb, I believe, from Tommy Echo. The Queen ends up losing the S-Boss 1v1 on that left-hand side. Dalek has that big bubbler up and ready. Silver's back in the mix as well. Bot is just looking for Tommy Echo. The midline shooters. Gal is going to win that out on the bottom right-hand side. Dalek is still on this tower, getting chipped out, though, and ends up going down here. And it's a 4v3 for That's Crazy. If they need to find a stop eventually, and it's going to have to be right here unless they get put in a really, really rough spot. Silver ends up going down here, but it may be a stagger from Star Shopping, and 3 are down. But I mean, this S-Boss still finds picks. So does Silver, and they're basically past that second checkpoint. Olympian is going to have to pull off some heroics here, and it's still the S-Boss is still riding tower to 20 points left, Pat.
What a push by Star Shopping. Just a minute and a half into the game and already so much has happened. Star Shopping, I mean, reminding us why they're here on winner's side, why they're supposed to be winning this set right now, but That's Crazy are now coming back, getting more splat. As I say that, Star Shopping still getting a bit more aggro and forcing That's Crazy to regroup back.
Okay, now That's Crazy have a little bit of space to work with. They found the pick onto Dalek, onto the Junior, as well as onto that S-Blast of Poe. Now we have a little bit of a tougher question of what is Olympian going to do on this bottom right-hand side. It looks like they're immediately going to look to pressure bot, find that pick, as well as a couple of more for That's Crazy. And all of a sudden, it's 3 players down. The Booyah Bomb, or the S-Blast, is on a respawn here and immediately drops to the other S-Blast. It's just McQueen left, and McQueen's just trying to stay alive here against the onslaught of the Splat Bombs and the Gal, and they're going to. But only the first check is going to be broken for now for That's Crazy. They still have a little bit of space. Everybody's being dragged over to that bottom right-hand side. Tommy Echo can ride that tower for free back to 60 points and keep it in a pretty solid position if That's Crazy want to end up scoring and give a little bit of a route into the spawn for the Dapple. Dapple ends up getting picked off, though, and traded. But 3 players do end up going down this blaster. The Queen somehow found 2 on this right-hand side, is going absolutely ham. Olympian clears out so much space with the missiles and the Booyah Bomb, and the Reach Slider finds a pick onto Silver as well. And That's Crazy. All of a sudden, they're pretty close to this lead here, Pat.
Yeah.
They just have a checkpoint there.
They have a checkpoint, but there's a big bubbler by Dalek right on top of Snipe. That's going to push That's Crazy away. They're moving back, they're waiting, batting their time, and now that the bubbler is done, they're back on the attack. The missiles are deployed, they know where everybody is, and they're pushing their way to the checkpoint, of course. All they need, as you say, is to get past that checkpoint. Olympian has the Reef Slider, is going to try to use it in the right spot. Oh, they're past the checkpoint. McQueen needs to get on the tower.
They're looking for the picks though, Pat.
Oh,
they've got picks. They've got picks to work with the Booyah Bomb for the pull as well, Pat. Wait a minute. This could be a delayed wipeout.
Tower got a bit back, which means Star Shopping gets to breathe a little bit, but that's Crazy still around. Oh wait, that's Crazy lose 2 players. Could this be the end of the push? A 3 down. They're gonna push back. They're back on the tower.
McQueen just doing it all for That's Crazy in that last sequence there, finding 3, shutting down everything on that right-hand side, making sure CC has a safe spot to play, but they're down. It's only Tommy Echo and the CC left. Dalek is just trying to do everything. Can't just rush to the tower. There are 3 players there. The Booyah Bomb from McQueen forces people in the bottom right. They're down. There's no S-Blast here to contest from Star Shopping. There's nobody on the tower. It's just Tommy Echo, and Dalek is right there with the big bubbler. Dalek ends up dropping. Dapple is fighting on that left-hand side, stalling, drawing eyes. Same thing with the S-Blast. And there's the lead swap. They're on the 3rd checkpoint. On the verge of a reset. They've got 30 seconds left. And they're on the checkpoint. The S-Blast dives for the tower. It's just the Dapple left with a Reef Slider. And that is a KO. And we have ourselves a reset.
What? That was crazy. What a bracket!
Oh my god, dude!
What? That was the most back and forth 3-0 I've ever seen, and I've been like casting weekly for years now.
I can't imagine how many kills do you think the S-Blast got? I have to know. Because they had so many just doubles and triples around that freezer area to keep the game in the realm of possibility for That's Crazy.
Yeah, and both teams in that push of the tower were able to keep the tower pushing despite having numbers disadvantage. They didn't care. They knew they could get in. They knew the jumps were going, and they kept pushing forward. Incredible moves that both of these teams got. What a grand final that we have. I mean, it's 3-0, but both of these teams are so fast, are so aggro, are fighting for every little bit of point. It is non-stop action, Sig.
Yeah, we still have at least 3 more maps of this. You know, these maps may have been all going in favor of That's Crazy, but I mean, that's the closest 3-0 I have probably ever seen.
Yeah.
And Star Shopping could just as easily take these next 3 games and just be like done and dusted and get this paddling pool under their belt. But
but
I mean,
holy smokes! One thing to note, though, is that yes, it was close, but it was still a 3-0. Even if these 2 teams seems pretty evenly matched, That's Crazy is getting the mental edge now. And starting a grand finals from loser's side is not the same as starting the grand finals after getting a 3-0 into the bracket reset. Right now, there's one team that has the edge, that has the momentum, and that's Crazy. Star Shopping needs to find a way to stop that, needs to find a way to take control going into Clam Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any mode where you can kind of stall out, play neutral, and just kind of reset the momentum, it's this one. And I mean, that Crab Tank is going to find a pick. It forces the big bubble pop too and is immediately shredding it. Dalek goes down, and that's a full wipeout for That's Crazy. They are just keeping going right now. Have a score as well. And there's the jump in. The Dapple does end up dying here, but they drew a couple of eyes to that left-hand side. The S-Blast is going to take full advantage, finds that pick onto the Stamper. They can probably stay alive here. No, they don't. In the face of 2 shooters. Olympian, though, is going to find Dalek, and the score keeps dropping. CC has more clams here, Pat. They're down to 35 points already!
And that's the power of momentum right now. That's Crazy are feeding themselves and Star Shopping are second-guessing everything. Look at the Crab Tank by Tommy Echo. They are keeping the control of the basket right now with the Booyah Bomb as well. That's more clams in. We're at 17 already. Only 1 minute has passed. And Star Shopping is painfully retaking control of the basket. What?
We're down to 8 points, Pat!
8 points!
We have 3.5 minutes left! That's That's crazy with a monstrous push. That could have been a KO if picks went their way, but it just simply didn't. Star Chopping able to clutch up just at the very end there, but they have the tallest task possible ahead of them. Basically 100-0 at that point, but they have so many picks to work with. Dalek has the power clam as well. They can jump in the pity here too. Dalek grabbing those 3 clams on Snipe as well. Just trying to keep that timer running. And now it's just a question of, can you cycle the clams? Can you find the picks as well? You have a massive lead to Truth. We're about 60 points here, Pat. And, I mean, there's a power clam already up on the side of Star Shopping. We're already down to, like, 30. But a wipeout's going to end things for that initial push. And Star Shopping, they've given up the full map here.
Sick. We would have called that a great push. We would have called that a great push, but we can't because that Reggie is back on the attack, and they still have the lead. They're making more and more points. The crab tech right there. That crab is holding a few more clams. And right there.
With the KO!
About to get the KO! They only need 4 more clams and they get a wipeout! They got it!
I can't
believe more clam. That clam is coming. That clam is on the way. There's nothing Star Shopping can do. What? I mean, that's crazy. Just switch gears and got even faster and got even harder.
There's something different about that's crazy about this team, bro. I don't think I've ever seen a team just rattle off as many loser set wins as they have, still have gas in the tank for grand finals like this, go 4-0 so far in games with some monstrous performances on the last 2. Like, this team is built different.
They're going faster. Like the first 3 games, they looked so close. They looked back and forth. This one, Star Shopping was very much down. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to stop. That's crazy. And I mean, what an incredible series of play by That's Crazy to really take so much control. And Star Shopping, they got a great push. They got a great push, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter at all.
They got down to 40 points. Like you said, any other game state, we would have been like, oh yeah, that's really solid. You know, you got 60 points off the board, and you have like the rest of the game to go. But no, That's Crazy got 92.
Well, we are going back to zones on Rover Roman. And now both teams know what to expect on this map mode. Both teams have seen this before. We'll see if there's a few changes. I mean, if you're Star Shopping, even if it's just mentally, they need to change something. They need to bring something new, to do something different, because right now it's not working, and it's working less and less.
Yeah, especially going into these next couple of games. You've played against That's Crazy on them already. We got Zones Robo, Rainmaker Museum, and Tower Control Makeomart. Same maps, but just a slightly different order here. Star Shopping need to find something, and clearly, like, you can't change the floor plan, you know, with the maps. You have to change up the game plan somehow, and I don't know what that's going to be here, Pat.
Well, we're about to know, Sig. We are about to know. One thing for sure is that do not blink. It's going to happen very, very fast. And we see the same weapons being brought by both teams. They know what they want. They know how to do it now. The big question is, can Star Shopping do something, change things, and get the edge? Right now, That's Crazy, losing already 1 player. It looks like Star Shopping are opening pretty strong, Sig.
Yeah, no, they've got that early control of the zone. I don't think any picks have gone like super in their favor just yet, but this S-Blast is going to be able to find a good bit of chip. There's 1 pick on the splash onto Tommy Echo here. The Reef Slider comes in though, doesn't quite find anything, forces the jump out, just stalls the zone for a little bit, and immediately Olympian is back on this bottom right side, just trying to draw eyes and stall for the team. Star Shopping down to 50 points already, though. This is going to be a very, very tough ask here. Olympian does end up finding a pick, but the big bubbler is going to be able to shred or be able to stall a little bit more. The Reef Slider comes in. Oh my goodness, from Olympian here. That's Crazy with a stunning retake. And I mean, they're in full control now. They've got elbow. They've got everything here, Pat.
Everything is going their way right now, but they lost their splash, which means Star Shopping will have their way to find forward now. They have the tactical, but they lose 2 players already. Make that 3. That's crazy. Completely shutting down the push right there. And I don't think a lot of them didn't have a cooler on, which means a lot of specials have been lost. The lead is taken by That's Crazy, and That's Crazy right now. They want more. You know what they want? They want the KO, and they're not stopping.
Nah, they're hunting for that KO, but they have to weather the storm here. 2 Booyah Bombs coming through from Star Shopping. The Reef Slider as an answer here. The zone does end up getting neutralized, but not flipped just yet. The big bubbler comes in. McQueen goes down. It's just CC left, and that's going to be the zone flip for Star Shopping here. CC finds 1 pick. There's the start of a retake for That's Crazy. The zone being contested by both of these pens. And, I mean, now That's Crazy. They have a little bit of control of Elbow. They don't have the zone just yet, and they don't have manpower. The S-Blast goes down. The Dapple drops. It's just the Crab Tank left. And Star Shopping, they don't have much penalty to spare. They found the pick under the pen, too. Nobody can contest the zone from a distance here. It's just the Crab Tank, and the Crab Tank is going to be immediately pressured. The Reef Slider comes in, but the big bubbler protects half the zone here, Pat. And Star Shopping, they still have control for a pretty solid amount of time here with 4 players up. McQueen needs to go huge, and so does CC, and they find 2 picks!
That's Crazy finally able to get back the control. No, they threw all of their specials at the zone without taking them, so then they threw their own bodies and it worked. That's Crazy is back in control. We're more than halfway through the game and That's Crazy has the lead. Star Shopping right now trying to find their way back in. The bubbler is deployed, but they're punished. 2 down on Star Shopping. That's Crazy fighting to keep control of the zone and pushing people out. The Stamper right there is alone. Oh, whoa!
What a big double from the Dapple there. And another pick for Tommy Echo. That's basically a delayed wipeout. Only 5 points before we start scoring again from That's Crazy. And the Crab Tank is not movable. There's only 10 points separating them. That's Crazy. They're almost at 5-0. And with nobody able to contest the zone, they are going to get that KO. They put themselves on tournament point here, Pat. And somehow, like, these games have still been close.
I mean, they're close, but That's Crazy. When they're in control, they're in much more control than the shoppers. That's... and right now, Star Shopping are back to the wall. They were coming from winner's side. They were coming the better seed. That's Crazy. But first of all, the seeding doesn't mean anything in this tournament.
No,
and second of all, now they just don't know what to do against that crazy team that's just running around, getting splat after splat after splat, and more games. And now we're going to the game, to the map and mode that started between these 2 teams. We're going back to Rainmaker on Museum. We started the grand finals with it. We might end it with it as well.
That we might. And this is going to have to be the wake-up call for Star Shopping. They have not won a single game in the past, 2 hours, Pat, in tournament. That's how long this team has been, sitting on ice after winners finals. They need to find something here. And, I don't know what their mental is right now, but after losing 5 in a row, it's got to be chalked at some point. You need to find something to rally behind. And whether that's Silver on the Stamper or Poe on the S-Blast, or who knows, maybe we see a random comeback from C on the Machine. I'm not sure on that one. But, I mean, you're looking for anything if you're Star Shopping here. And, I mean, with being so close to the win in the previous Rainmaker Museum game, you have to find solace in something.
Yeah, you do. That's been a rough grand finals for Star Shopping. They've been fighting hard. They've been doing so well. I mean, they're very much coming in this ground on the winner's side, but That's Crazy simply out-crazying them every single game. And now going into match point. Let us see what is going to happen. And we know, given the map mode, that things are going to happen at the vanilla Stamper.
There's no cooler.
Stamper. That's a change of pace.
Okay. I mean, that's a complete switch up. Silver on the vanilla Stamper, Bots on the Frozen Pro for missiles.
Yeah.
And then Poe's on the vanilla Blaster.
That's
We are. This is wow. Okay, we're just trying to fight people now. Like no cooler, no nothing. We're just straight hands. And I mean, it's working okay. We're down two on two in mid here, but Star Shopping is not going to be able to get that pop. They have a big bubbler for the stability here. And I mean, there we go. They're finally getting a couple of picks, have control of top mid, but CC is just firing away with that pencil. It's 10 missile though, and that's going to give Star Shopping some early control and possibly an early check break here.
Yeah, but the Rainmaker gets platted during the jump from the spinner, and right now it's 3 down on Star Shopping. That's crazy. Getting back control. Remember, with the tactical, that's crazy. We'll get more and more advantage throughout the game. Right now, Star Shopping can't make a mistake. Need to win every fight, and right now it's that's crazy. Trying to build momentum, trying to get forwards. Tommy Echo on that Rainmaker, pushing their way to the platform, being very patient. The bubbler is deployed, but I don't think that's going to help stop the Rainmaker. That's a checkpoint and 3 down on Star Shopping.
Yes, 3 players down. There's the checkpoint. 4. That's crazy. We have another pick. Pool is down. The blaster is gone. Tommy Echo has an opportunity here to score a couple of points, but again, stuck on this pillow. Not really able to move, not able to fire anything, and goes down here to what I assume is like a blaster shot or a bomb or something, but the blaster is gone. It's just Silver left on the Stamper, and the Zipcaster is able to find one more, but CC's just running that Rainmaker straight forward. Dalek can't really find anything much more than just a quick little pick, but that's all Star Shopping really need to stop. That's crazy in their tracks. They're down to 32 points, and I mean, a really good start to the game, and McQueen finds 2 more. Wait a minute, the Rainmaker also gets picked off somehow in the back right. What even happened to the Rain? That's crazy. Still have full control of Plat. They have a serious opportunity to just get moving again here and start the ball rolling. They're down to 24 points.
Yeah, these teams know that any point matters on this map. 24 points is huge, and we're already halfway through the game. Star Shopping needs to mount a push. They need to get that checkpoint. The bubbler on there will help them a lot as they try to get the splat. That's double bubbler. Is that enough? But he's going in there. No!
It's not enough, Pat. The double bubble was not put forwards enough for the Rainmaker to be protected from the Snipe Rider as soon as they went up to dunk. And unfortunately, Star Shopping, they're still 40 points and a checkpoint behind. And so they're going to need to find something, and I mean, that's not a good start there, the Junior going down. However, you do find the trade on the other side of the map onto the Dapple Doolies. So, I mean, there's a silver lining in everything, but you've got to get some serious value out of Silver Zipcaster here, and they're just trying to stall, trying to just apply some pressure. The blaster is in, finds 1 pick, looking for just a little bit more, finds the pro. Dalek finally dunks that. Rainmaker has another bubble to kind of leapfrog this, and there it is. The Booyah Bomb isn't popped on the big bubbler, so Dalek can just run this Rainmaker forwards. Wait a minute here, but it's shredded. Tommy Echo and Olympian are there just in time. There's not enough range to poke the Snipe Raider off here, Pat, unless they get missiles.
Oh, but Star Shopping, they lose their Rainmaker right there. That's crazy. Able to win a few fights on the platform. As I say that, Star Shopping are still pushing in. Silver in control of the platform. He's going to grab the Rainmaker with the Stepper. That's pretty awkward, but they'll have a lot of bubbles to help them. Right now, they're on the spinner, dancing around, trying to stay alive, but they're pushed out. The Rift Slider is coming in. The Rift Slider is shutting things down. That's 3 players down, and that's crazy. Going into the last minute of what could be the tournament. That's crazy. Are still in the lead.
They still have the lead. They have control of the Rainmaker. They have a successful defense as well. They have put that Rainmaker in the spot to stall in that bottom right area. The Zipcaster is going to come through to try and find that pick. There it is, but now you have to go and retrieve it. And with a wipeout, that's crazy. Still have full control, and now they don't even need to pop it. They don't need to pick it up. They can just damage that shield a little bit. Tommy Echo just trying to get a little bit of stalling going forwards in the plat just for the rest of the team to come back and get set up, maybe a shark or something. This V-Blast is in a bit of a tough spot here. The Rainmaker is picked up by McQueen, picked off immediately yet again, but 3 players are down. Star Shopping keep going negative on these trades, Pat, and that is going to be them. They're 3 down. There's nobody able to contest, and that's crazy. I mean, what a ludicrous run from them. They are your Paddling Pool 329 champions.
Wow. I mean, the first half of that grand finals was completely even was so close with That's Crazy just pulling through every single game. That second half was a victory lap from That's Crazy, who just absolutely pummeled Star Shopping game after game after game. And that's a 6-0 for That's Crazy, who are now your Paddling Pool champions.
What a run from them. What a set as well. I mean, after playing the Pathway set, they had just so much momentum riding into grand finals. It's hard to stop a freight train like that. Star Shopping certainly gave it a try, but I mean, it felt like, they just couldn't after that first set. They ran out of gas here. And I mean, That's Crazy just took it all the way to the bank, man. That was a ridiculous grand finals, and that is going to be it from us because Grands is over. So Pat, where can the lovely people in the chat find you?
Well, it's written on your screen at the bottom of the screen. You can see my Blue Sky handle. That's the best way to find me. And Sig, where can I find you on the internet?
You can find me just about anywhere the Splatoon community hangs out, whether that's Blue Sky or Discord or Twitter or Twitch or YouTube, at Sig Dakari, like you see at the bottom of your screen right there. It has been fantastic casting with you, Pat. Huge shout out as well to Jarian, our stream runner, to Dapple TOs, Hayes, Alice, everybody behind Dapple Productions and Paddling Pool. And we will see y'all next tournament.
Yeah, and there's a lot coming. We have Triton Cup on Friday. On Monday, there will be the final of NSC. And then next Wednesday will be a Golden Paddling Pool. So stay tuned for a lot of Dapple production action.